of carrying out this work is also something that needs to be considered and approved by this committee as well. And relating back to the state, the standards, Article 79, we need to establish an effective program to safeguard the public funds, the public assets, and minimize fraud, waste, and abuse. And lastly, assessing operational compliance with the federal and state guidelines in the completion of our work here at the university. The objective of the internal audit work plan is to provide itinerary. Really, it's a roadmap of the work that internal audit is going to do over the course of the upcoming year. The work plan is built upon a progressive planning approach that includes evaluating risks in a fluid and engaging process with many constituent groups across campus. The process considers potential impediments to the university obtaining its priorities, including potential risks and obstacles to the strategic plan and the chancellor's initiatives. The work plan links audits to key areas of university operations, including high areas of financial activity and high volumes of work. There's a lot of complexity in the work that's done. And lastly, the work plan objective is to deliver audits connected to supporting both the system and university initiatives. So here's a little bit about how we develop our work plan. It's a multi-step approach. The first phase encompasses collecting information, assembling and reviewing strategic planning materials, including defining the university's audit universe, so everything that we could audit, taking a look at that. We then consider and evaluate the top 5 ERM topics of the university, the strategic plan that's set out for the university, the development and execution of a leadership survey to gain feedback, and then a financial magnitude assessment of core operations of university business. Phase 2 encompasses an analysis of information, including potential risk impediments to define university goals, our strategic initiatives, and business operations. The third phase is getting information from the key stakeholders. This is completed through direct outreach, as well as surveying executive leadership, members of this board on potential risks and topics for audit inclusion. The final step is the work plan creation, where we identify the work plan, we socialize it with the chancellor, get his approval and feedback, and then bring it before this committee for ratification. Important to the engagement planning is considering the university's strategic plan, and that's Carolina Next, Innovations for Public Good. The purpose is to identify and mitigate risks that could potentially impede any of the defined 3 priorities there. And those are career development for faculty and staff, becoming a research and innovation powerhouse, and promoting civil discourse. Also incorporated in this is the Chancellor's 2025 strategic operational priorities focused on enrollment growth, the fiscal master plan, building out applied sciences, the School of Civic Life and Leadership, issues surrounding athletics, and also issues around artificial intelligence. Another component of the risk assessment evaluation encompasses obtaining, as we talked about, leadership feedback. So I wanted to throw up a little word chart here for you all to see some of the key points that came back in discussing risk with senior leadership. Not surprisingly, this is a new era for higher ed and a new year. So some of the risks that we see here are very different than what we've had in the past. Some are the same, but there's certainly new ones up here, and that's centering around the executive orders, reductions in grant funding, issues surrounding athletics and funding for athletics, changes in DEI practices, research limitations, general compliance, and really, strategic growth at the university. There's others listed here as well, but these are a small smattering of the risks that we considered and based on our feedback from conversations with leadership. Our work plan this year contains 6 engagements linked to aspects of these projects listed here, these topics. Supporting university enterprise risk management and compliance, the University of North Carolina Board of Governors requires each member institution to work through an exercise to identify the top 5 ERM topics. I'm not going to go into great detail on this here because we're going to have an informational update on this, but here are the results from our work for 2025 that will carry us through into 2026. These are considered in our audit planning, and within our work plan this year, we have 5 work plan engagements linked back to rationale for these top 5 ERM topics. Lastly, the 2 components here are the financial magnitude analysis, looking at the higher education landscape from an external lens. So financial data was reviewed for 10 core university operations and 16 academic units for the fiscal year ending June 30th. Areas of high dollar and high volume transactions obviously present increased levels of risk. So we're focusing 6 engagements related to the financial assessment rationale in our work plan. Separately, the higher education landscape in general. What's the pulse of what's going on out there in the profession? What are the advisory and consulting firms talking about? So we go out there, we assess and collect that information and consider that in our work plan as well. And there's actually 11 engagements that tie back in some form to the higher education risk landscape. Here's kind of a snapshot of the 31 projects that will define our work plan for 2026. They include 6 financial audits, 5 operational, 9 compliance, 2 advisory engagements, and 3 information technology audits. Additionally, you'll note that we budget time for 6 unnamed projects, and we call them special projects, and those are issues that arise during the course of the year and where internal audit is requested to provide assurance back to the committee. It's my goal for our team to really complete defined work planning, all of the defined work plan engagements. But ideally, if we can get 80 or above, that's one of our benchmarks that we use in when we report back our annual outcomes to you at the end of the year to show what we were able to achieve on our plan at the conclusion of the work plan year. Lastly, an important component of the work plan development is the consideration of staffing available to execute the proposed engagements. The Board of Trustees Audit Compliance and Risk Management Committee charter requires approval in consultation with the Chancellor of the budget and staffing level to complete this work plan. Our current budget and staffing level is at 8 FTE. That is sufficient and prepares us well to meet this need. And the Vice Chancellor for Finance and Operations, in cooperation with this board in the pre-budget planning process, has designated appropriate funding for our department to carry out the work of our department for the year. So before considering the motion for approval, I'm happy to ask any questions if anyone has any.
Questions, anybody? Okay. Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve the 2026 risk assessment and internal audit plan? Do I have a second? Get a second from Mr. Kalapa. Any discussion or debate? Oh, okay. Is that a second from Mr. Allison? Sorry. Okay, no discussion or debate. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. These items will be placed on this item will be placed on the consent agenda for approval by the full board tomorrow. Our next agenda item is to hear presentation on the university's top 5 enterprise risk management topics. Mr. Weber.
Thank you. And I just want to preface as we go into this enterprise risk management conversation is that this is really a singular exercise, right? Focused on identifying inherent risks of the institutional operations. And what I mean by inherent risks those are risks associated with any business, and it's the risks associated with doing business, right? Residual risks are the end result of risks after you apply appropriate internal controls or mechanisms to mitigate risks. That then brings us back to a residual risk. While 5 topics are developed for this exercise here, the executive leadership team is constantly engaged in monitoring and evaluating and considering risks of the organization. So while we highlight these top 5 based on respondents' feedback of risks in this exercise that we complete, there are others, and they are certainly being well managed and addressed as part of leadership in all divisions and all aspects of university operations. I wanted to start off, begin this discussion by sharing some information from a recently attended Institute of Internal Auditors conference, where we were fortunate to have the IA president be a keynote speaker. And as part of his presentation, he spoke about enterprise risk management and internal auditors' involvement in this process, right? It's kind of evolving over the course of time. As shown here, historically, internal audit and ERM kind of operated in silos, which some paths crossed, but it was like ERM, enterprise risk management, and internal audit. However, that's begun to change, and the IA really supports this change because of the innovation of internal audit into advising and consulting services as well. And the work that we do really is focuses around risk mitigation heavily. So you'll see the changing trends there, moving up to 32%. And really, Chapel Hill has been progressive in this space, with internal audits significantly involved since 2019 in the ERM process. So hearing this from the IA, it was kind of some reassurance that we were on the forefront of our work in this space. Secondly, there's also a slide here from the IA showing where internal audit and enterprise risk management collaborate to strengthen really resilience and governance. So we have our two shaded areas, the internal audit side and the yellow is ERM. Those are typically roles underneath of those areas, and where we come together is in the middle, and that's the green, where we focus on proactive risk monitoring, data analysis and insights. That's where internal audit can really dig in to look at data and give feedback and information. Advisory roles for leadership and enhancing organizational resilience. So you might ask, why do we even do this, right? There is a system board policy 1300.7 that requires each UNC member institution to develop a defined exercise for evaluating risks and reporting the top 5 risks back to the system office each year. Risk is defined as the probability of an event occurring, the impact of the university to achieve its mission if it does occur, and how well the risk is managed and mitigated. Ultimately, looking to strengthen operations to achieve our strategic goals and objectives. Outcomes from the ERM risk assessment work that we do here is, as I said, it's reported, our top 5 are reported to the system office. And they developed the UNC System Office Risk Register. That's their title for a report. And the second report is the UNC System Constituent Institution Risk Register Overview. That's a tongue twister, when you try to say that. But basically, it's a roadmap of all the risks collectively from all member universities across the board. And they work on at their Audit Compliance and Risk Management Committee at the board level to kind of holistically look at them in a broader scope. So Building Caroline is, I call it our uniquely us risk catalog. It's a multi-step approach where it begins by working to understand the university's risk landscape through the evaluation, first off, of third-party insights on the current higher education risk landscape. It builds upon the auditor's knowledge and awareness of campus operations and activities and risks associated with doing business. Along with probably the most important component is obtaining feedback from executive leadership on their perspective of risk here at the university. The Office of Internal Audit then collects this information and utilizes it to develop a survey. It's 2025 risk survey that we send out to mid-level managers and higher, where they rank these defined risks on probability, impact, and readiness. We then have a small committee that analyzes the outcomes of that to disseminate and determine from the collected information the top 5 risks overall for the campus. I mentioned that we looked at the external higher education risk landscape, and here is what came back from that review. It's notably very different from those in prior years. Top risks impacting higher education were found to include, here again, federal executive orders, research funding disruptions, campus protests and activism, dealing with that, athletics, cybersecurity, the impacts of international students on our campus and our enrollment with everything that's going on, scrutiny of DEI content, increased labor costs, and in some cases, not so much here, but in other areas of higher ed, the perception of the degree, right? Because we're a flagship university and we have great and strong enrollment through admissions and their great work that they do. But many of our peers, smaller universities, are suffering with enrollment and the value of what they're investing in and how well will that pay back. So that ties to enrollment strategies and numerous other risk drivers that are highlighted here. This slide kind of gives a timeline showing how this rolls out over the course of time. You really see it begins in December, culminates in June when we report to the system office. So in December, we began kind of circling the wagons and getting our information together. In February, a questionnaire was distributed to cabinet level officials and board of trustees to solicit input and feedback on risks. In March, the survey tool was developed based on the risk assessment of higher education, of the landscape, of leadership feedback. And in April, the survey was distributed out to over 500 leaders with outcomes assessed by our small committee group. We're now in the month of May, where the chancellor has reviewed these. We bring them to you for your information and awareness. And then in June, we'll report these as meeting our compliance deadline back to the system office. just touching slightly on the survey methodology. 40 potential enterprise risks were identified based on all the research that was done, and we grouped those within 10 risk categories. As I mentioned before, each risk category was shared with the respondents, requesting their ranking of likelihood of occurring, impact if it does occur, and the readiness to address the risk. 541 participants, they went to anyone with the working title of director or higher within the university, and the survey was open for 8 calendar days and yielded 182 responses. The end results came back, and we looked at and dissected the risk information in several ways. We looked at it by risk category, those 10 categories, those with the highest likelihood of occurring, those with the greatest probability of occurring, where we were most prepared and least prepared, and the overall risk score was the determination of those prior 4 items. Survey outcomes determined we had 16 high, 22 medium, and 2 low score risks. And that was based on just opinion of the committee on where we drew the lines for cutoff within the overall percentages. And then we combined the 11 highest ranked risks by theme to create the top 5 ERM risk topics. And here they are. In abbreviated form, the financial, or number 1 is financial, and it's financial constraints from a reduction in allowable grant F&A rates adversely impacting campus operations. Business practices came in number 2, and that's strategic challenges in adapting to disruptions in research funding levels and the effectively managing the disruptions and public perception of higher education. Talent management was our 3rd bullet, and that's challenges in managing employee staff recruitment, retention, incentive, and motivational tools for employees in these tight financial times as well. The 4th one is compliance, regulatory and compliance, and that's changes stemming from actions by external partners, shifting in federal policies, and the credibility with our stakeholders in compliance reporting. Facilities maintenance was on our list last year. It comes in again here at number 5, and that's effectively addressing the significant presence of campus building deferred maintenance across the university. As noted in my opening comments, the higher education landscape is experiencing unprecedented movement in where we are, something we haven't seen before. And I believe that Carolina is highly engaged in effectively providing education, communications, and management of many of these risk drivers. So I think we're in the forefront of managing these risks, not saying there's still not a lot of work to be done as we consider and as risks change and evolve, but that's kind of where we are at this point in time. So I wanted to share that with you today. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Dean? Mr. Cotis?
So a lot of these risks by the 541 people surveyed seem to maybe reflect their personal concerns about a particular risk, not necessarily as much thinking from outside the university looking in at potential risk. How do you balance that? Because obviously if you ask someone and this affects their particular job or their funding, they may respond with that versus worries about campus safety, for instance, if they feel that doesn't necessarily affect them personally as much.
Right. And you're 100% spot on with that assessment. This is the feedback that we receive from the constituent groups of our colleagues who are working at the university, who are directors and above. So they have individualized perspectives based on where they come from. And there's certainly, as I mentioned, some maybe more dynamic risks that university leadership is working on separately and apart from this. So this is one component of that. But in some cases, I mean, it's boots on the ground. So what they're seeing, what they're experiencing, and what they're feeding back through this process is one point of our ERM process where we have to consider this. And this is where it aligns in kind of the silo of system office reporting back on these. But it's certainly still, concerns based on boots on the ground on what they're seeing, what they're feeling, and reporting that back up. And then obviously the next step would be then working and communicating on, hopefully they're rolling out risk mitigation strategies to mitigate these inherent risks, which may not be more of the larger scale risks of sometimes that are on the national landscape that we're referring to.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation today. Just to clarify, this is one and the same audit, correct?
Those are the high rated risks that came out of the overall evaluation of the top 5 ERM. That's correct.
Was there an opportunity for people to provide any kind of elaboration about why they had the concerns that they have?
Yes, at the end, there was a section where they could provide feedback. They could also provide opportunities if they thought any risk mitigation efforts needed to be focused, either from an audit perspective or from an ERM perspective, to provide feedback on that. There was not a lot of engagement back. There was some information received back, but not a lot within regard to that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Valentine,
Mr. Chairman, I'm not on the committee, but I have a quick question.
please.
Were the participants submitting their replies anonymously or not? And were you pleased, or what are your thoughts on a 33% reply rate?
Right. And this issue's come up in other years as past. They are anonymous. And we do an anonymous survey to collect independent feedback. We don't want anyone to feel hampered by what they may say, right? This is a good response rate compared to what we've had sometimes in other years, because I think part of the climate that we're in right now, people are more apt to share information and take some time to share feedback on their thoughts, right? So 33% response rate for an anonymous survey is good. Not ideal, obviously, but in the benchmarking of what you could expect to get back from an anonymous survey, it's a fair number.
Thanks, Dean. So I know next step, you'll share this back with the system office, but maybe talk a little bit more internally about how we'll take these and then translate them into, plans and accountability for making sure that we manage and mitigate the risks wherever possible.
Thank you. That's a good question. And that's one of the processes that we're still kind of working through and developing the roadmap to do that exactly. As I indicated, some of these are incorporated within our audits, right? So we're focusing on these issues, and you'll be receiving audit reports on topics touching upon these. So you'll see some feedback and peppering for our audits as I link our projects back to these. When previously, under the former Vice Chancellor for Institutional Integrity and Risk Management, his charge within the siloed effect, looking back, was responsible for that process and moving that forward. That office isn't any longer staffed. So moving forward with that, there will be some consideration, leadership's consideration on how to move forward with monitoring and managing that and really reporting back. And I think a key point on this, a key takeaway is like a lot is being done on these behind the scenes. And I think where we can champion this exercise is having conversations with the vice chancellors and the associate vice chancellors in these areas where these risks rest, having check-ins with them, getting feedback on, hey, what's going on in this space, and then coming back and reporting that, the good work that's already being done, because I don't want you to think that nothing's being done, right? Work's happening. And I think it's just going to be a process of capturing that and then providing that feedback back to this committee as a follow-up. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? I'm not on the committee, but we know that the ERM survey evaluated 40 risks, right? And selected the top 5 based on likelihood, impact, and readiness. How are we ensuring that issues that are not in that top 5 list continue to be monitored throughout the year? We know you spoke that it's such a changing landscape in higher education right now. So are you guys running a system to regularly monitor those risks and make sure that as we see the landscape changing with the federal governments and the state level, that we're working to track what the priorities are in terms of risk management?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you for that. Certainly, while we took 11 out of the 40 and rolled them up into our top 5, there's the remaining number of risks out there that fell into mostly the moderate range because we did incorporate the high ones in coming back, the majority of the high ones in coming back to the top 5. But certainly there needs to be, continued work. From our audit perspective, sometimes as we develop special projects or special projects come up on our work plan year, we can focus efforts on some of those, as well as partners across campus, because while we audit and do this, we don't own all those risks. So outcomes are shared and they can then take that information and manage that within the appropriate unit levels across campus as well. Which in fact, I strongly believe they are doing. They're aware of these. It's not something that they haven't heard of. So it's they're on top of it, I believe, to a great extent.
Go Mr. Mickens first.
Not on committee, but I appreciate that question. What about our board and its risk? Is that part of any equations or is that on any list or graphs? It's because we make a lot of decisions and
No, with those would be like the strategic operations of the board and their decisions. And I think some prior work had been done in that space with the prior chief counsel's office, who kind of worked and outlined roles and responsibilities of the board. And in that, but those risks were not associated with this risk assessment of more operational components of the university, apart from the governance structure.
Mr. Blaine?
Just out of morbid curiosity, what were the two low risk topics?
I will shoot you an email on that, because off the top of my head, I don't remember. If it's low, I'm thinking, oh, we're good. I don't have to worry about that, right? But it's like, I'll make sure you get that. I'll send you the list of all of them ranked in order, certainly.
I just want to say, I'm kind of going back to what Mr. Cota said about campus safety and those. I was surprised not to see that pop up in some of these things, and with what's happened over the past few years, and that just want to make sure that we don't lose. I know we have the top 5, but that is something that should be a critical part of what's going on as well.
Right. And I think, probably to address those from the user's perspective who answered this survey, they're probably looking at preparedness. And I think, because some people are saying, like, why isn't cybersecurity and IT on this? Because it's been on there in the past too, right? Didn't raise up this year. But, knock on wood as I say this, but like the work that audit's done and looking at cybersecurity risks, it's like we have good processes in place, good controls, and we're managing that. So our residual risk is lower because of the good controls we have in place. And I think probably some of that same perspective may follow through with campus security and seeing the installation of cameras, the growth, the response of the unfortunate incident we had on campus, and that they probably might putting words in their mouth, but their perspective is that's being mitigated and they felt kind of comfortable with it, because there again, it's individualized perspectives, right? But that would be some feedback that I could offer as to why those maybe weren't seen in this more.
So what would your ideal response rate be, other than the 30% that was there or whatever it was?
Yeah, if we could get 50, that would be great. It's hard because it's anonymous. People are busy. It's a survey. Some people open it up. We had 182 was our completion rate. So we had some people that opened it and started, and it's like, I'll get back to this, and never did, right? So that's unfortunate.
I know for me, when I'm trying to get things done, it's either a carrot or a stick, and sometimes it's one or the other. Where
maybe if I start offering gift cards or something, a random drawing of everyone, get a gift card, complete the survey. I'll have to work with my friends in research over there to.
Something to consider. It's important what you do in terms of ensuring
Yes,
safety and compliance and everything else. So it'd be good to see a better number of folks that are in leadership responding to some of these things, because at the end of the day, it affects them directly.
Right.
What you do. So.
Maybe that's a good point. And I think maybe a focus I need to do is maybe step up our education from internal audit on this as well. Our proactive stance out there and communicating this, not just one time, but maybe through the course of the year. So that's something I can work on as well. Thank you for bringing that up.
Anything else? Okay, if there are no further items for the committee's consideration, we will stand adjourned without objection. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the May meeting of the Committee on External Relations. As chair of this committee, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify it at this time. All right, I'll now ask Chris McClure to please call the roll.
Chair White,
Here.
Vice Chair Ballantyne, Mr. Alvarez,
Here.
Mr. Blaine, Mr. Bryan, Mr. Kalapa, Mr. Codis, Mr. Meekins, Mr. Patel, Mr. Pryor.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first item of business is to review and approve the open and closed session minutes of the March 19th, 2025 meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve the open and closed session minutes? Thank you. Thank you, Chair Breyer. Thank you, Trustee Patel. Any opposed? All those in favor say aye. The motion carries. This item will now be placed on the consent agenda for the board's full approval tomorrow. Our next item is to hear an update from Mike Andreessen, Vice Chancellor for Development, and Jeff Hill, Associate Vice Chancellor for Campaigns and Strategy. Oh, there you are. I was like, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good to be before you as always. We have been busy and I'm going to keep my comments relatively brief so you can hear from Jeff. Really, really excited to share with you the progress over the last 10, 12 months as we prepare for the next campaign. But as I have promised every time, we will certainly look at totals. That's, I think, an important metric for us to measure our progress. Good news, we are up this year, about 12% over prior year. Actually looked at the numbers this morning, or we're actually a little farther ahead, trending at 17%. So we're seeing a strong level of activity and a strong number of gifts across the entire campus community. And as you know, there are 26 different fundraising shops on campus that work hand in hand to bring as much philanthropy to bear in support of our mission. We also look at cash, which is important, and again, also up over prior year. So just to set the stage, you've heard from me in the last several meetings that we are in the process of looking back at the last campaign and asking ourselves what comes next. And that has included some internal analysis, data modeling, if you will. We have asked some questions about structure and how we can be more aligned with one another. But really what we've been up to is asking the fundamental question of what are we raising money for? It's not to chase a number. It's not to just be in an arms race. It's actually to impact our students, our faculty, our staff, our community, our broader North Carolina state objective and mission. To do that, we engaged our academic leadership through the course of the last 10 months, asking them to collectively, 26 different units, collectively dream a little, aspire a little, to think about what philanthropy can do for the future. This was done in great partnership with our provost, all of our deans and academic leaders. We culminated that first phase of work 3 weekends ago, where we had a Thursday, Friday over 2 weeks, where we had each of those 26 leaders present a kind of a fundraising plan. And we had 40 volunteers from across the university come and participate. And I want to thank Trustee Rich Ellison for joining us for 2 of those days. I think you found them interesting and exciting. And also Veronica, who you'll hear from a bit, also participated in those days. I can't tell you how inspiring they were. The dreams and beliefs that we can do great things were evidenced in this very room. And so how we got there and what we're going to do with that work is what I've asked Jeff, who is our Associate Vice Chancellor for Campaign and Strategy, to kind of walk you through how we got to this point and what it means going forward for the next campaign. So with that, I'll hand it off to Jeff. Thank you.
So before looking ahead, we'll look back for a moment to a very cold evening in November of 2022. A lot has changed since then. You can tell by the folks on the screen that a lot has changed since then. But the reason why I show you this is because on that evening, there were a lot of folks who would come up to me and they wanted to offer their congratulations to me because of the success of the campaign for Carolina. And the very next breath, they would lean over and very quietly, they would say, "Are you going to have a job next month?" Because they knew that campaign was my responsibility. And what they didn't necessarily understand was that in higher education, campaigns are not necessarily on a continuum with a very clear beginning, middle, and an end. Instead, campaigns are very much cyclical. You're either in a campaign, you're wrapping up a campaign, or you're planning a campaign. And right now, we're straddling the space between planning a campaign and in a campaign. And I'll explain over the next few minutes how you can be in both places at one time. We're not alone in this space, however. We work with a group of 9 other institutions in a group called the Advancement Leadership Forum, other public universities that are similar size and scope to Carolina. And of those 9 other institutions, 4 are in a public phase, with Ohio State just having closed at the end of March. 3 others, besides Carolina, are in the quiet phase, Berkeley, Penn State, and UCLA. And the 2 that are not on a campaign footing are the 2 going through leadership transitions, the University of Florida and the University of Washington. So before digging in too much into what planning we have done, it's important to level set for everyone. What is a campaign? So about a quarter century ago, someone who had a role very similar to mine at the Indiana University came up with what is the classic definition of a campaign. Kent Dove described it as an organized, intensive fundraising effort to secure extraordinary gifts and pledges, which means that we're usually going to be going to our best supporters who have already been supporting the university and asking them to stand on tiptoes to support the hopes and dreams and aspirations of Carolina for a specific purpose or programs. And that's what Mike was talking about with those 27 schools and units having their presentations, laying out what their program would be, where they're going to ask for support in the coming years, during a specified period of time. In higher education these days, it's usually 8 years, but it can stretch a little bit longer from time to time, depending on the institution and perhaps the macroeconomics of the day, whether or not they've been able to fundraise as successfully as perhaps they would want to. So why do we do this from a financial standpoint? We're raising money already, right? So that's good. But without a campaign, you have a baseline. The baseline on this slide is represented by the gray line at the bottom. But you insert a campaign, and much like it would be for McDonald's or Coca-Cola doing a marketing campaign, your goal is to be focused, to think about what message you're going to have, how you're going to take your product to market, and what you're hoping to accomplish over a long period of time. That's the analogy that I've been using for higher education, that we're looking to insert a campaign to change that baseline. And when we do that successfully, we bend our fundraising line upwards, as represented by the Carolina blue line. The piece about a campaign is if we do it well, there's a campaign premium during the campaign. And because we have become more focused with our messaging, we've become better trained as fundraisers, we become more effective as academic leaders telling the story of the institution, and we have that institutional knowledge baked into how to raise money more effectively, we have a post-campaign effect as well. And when we look at the numbers from the campaign for Carolina, you see very much how that played out. In the 6 years prior to the campaign for Carolina, we were essentially flat. We were as low as $284 million a year. We were as high as $331, but it's a pretty flat trend line. We inserted the campaign, and the fundraising moved up almost immediately. And ultimately, we produced the 8 most successful years in fundraising in Carolina history. As the campaign wrapped up, It dropped back to 410. There's an asterisk there, as you have heard Mike in prior meetings reference. There was a change in counting standards by our international body that sets the standards for counting. We would have been about 500 without that change. But you see, we did not drop all the way back to where we were before the campaign for Carolina. But again, we were not at the same level we were at during the campaign, which is one of the reasons why you start to look at, okay, how do we reframe our message? How do we start thinking about going back to donors, start talking about the hopes and dreams for the university? So how you do that is a lot of planning up front. The starting point is an assessment of what went well and what didn't go so well in the prior campaign, and what the opportunities are that are still ahead. You also start looking at the talent you have around the table. You look at the training they're receiving. You start to plan, how would this play out over a period of 7, 8, 10 years potentially? You start to look at who your potential donors would be and how you would approach those donors. You would start to look at whether or not you have an alignment between what you're hoping to accomplish, what you're asking your fundraisers to do, how you're measuring their success, what you're hoping for schools and units to do, how you're measuring their success, and lining it up, as Mike referenced, in support of priorities and visions that are going to drive the university forward. We've done a lot of that work, and over the next several months and over the next year, we'll be building the case for support for our schools and units and for the university more broadly. So where are we in this whole process? Well, we're treating FY24 as a look-back year. So anyone in FY24 who made $1 million gift or more, we're going to consider that they have made a gift to the campaign. It'd be awfully hard to knock on their door again and say, could you make another one now that you've just made that one, because it wasn't quite in the right time frame. So those will be counted. We are in the quiet phase, so shh, don't tell anybody. We're counting right now for the next campaign. It started on July 1, 2024. We'll be in this quiet phase as we go out and we test messages and we work on building the initial fundraising success for the campaign, probably through early part of FY29. Part of that decision about when to go public depends on how successful the quiet phase has been. And then the target would be that we would close on June 30th, 2032. Now, this is not written in stone. It's written in PowerPoint. We can just click out of PowerPoint very quickly, change the dates. So at this stage in the game, this is still very much a work in progress, which is why the word tentative is the very first word on the slide. In preparation for this campaign, as Mike referenced, we've been going through a year-long process with our schools and units to identify the vision for the school and unit, what the priorities are, and having a conversation about how philanthropy can support both those priorities and that broader vision. So it started off back in November and December with draft presentations from the schools and units. We asked them to focus exclusively on what the vision would be for the school over the next 10 years and what their priorities would be to drive that vision forward. At that stage, we were not asking them to actually focus on how much money they could raise. We wanted the academic leaders to lean into the conversation and explain what the vision was going to be, and then how philanthropy could come along and support that. We asked them then to come back in February and March and do technical presentations. At that point, we were looking for them to marry up that vision and those priorities along with how they were going to raise money. Basic things like, what would your working goal be? How many fundraisers do you need to reach that? What other considerations should be taken into account as you're thinking about building your campaign? And that was all pointing towards the task force presentations that Mike referenced that took place in this room several weeks ago, where we asked 27 schools and units to tell us what were their visions, what were their priorities, and how would philanthropy drive those forward in the coming years. Trustee Allison took part the first week, and I was going to ask him to provide some comments on what he saw and his impressions of that experience.
Sure. Thanks, Jeff. I'd be happy to. So, I thought you all did a great job of assembling, I think a really diverse group of very passionate Carolina supporters. And I think what was fun about it for me, I have direct knowledge of some of the units here on campus, but very limited knowledge of many of the others. And so it was a great opportunity to learn about some of the things that are going on and be inspired by some of the things that are going on across campus that I didn't know a whole lot about. I think we saw, Jeff, the benefit of some of the common language that you all had instilled across the units, such that as someone sitting here and hearing, half of these 27 presentations, there was a common language and flow to them that I think made it easier for us to digest and then in turn to give feedback. And I thought the feedback, I was very pleased. I don't think you felt like anybody held back in terms of their
No, they did
feedback.
not.
It's not a shy group as you might guess. And I think, some really good reinforcing positive feedback on the work had been done, but I think also some really good constructive feedback on for individual units as to how they can improve their pitch. But also, I think we found, as a group, there are some sort of horizontal themes or collective themes where we could really, I think, increase the punch around some of the things, that we'd like to go out and prioritize and raise money for. So, I felt like each of the pairs of unit leaders and development leaders, I think, left here with some good opportunity to go back and continue to refine their pitch.
I would agree with that, Rich, and Rich has done a great job of setting us up about what's coming next. There will be an effort to continue refining those messages that these schools and units were putting together. We're going to be asking them to go out and start knocking on doors, probably not literally knocking on doors. They'll set the meetings in advance, but meeting with their top supporters and walking them through those slide sets and saying, this is our vision. These are our priorities. Have we hit the nail on the head, or do we need to continue doing work? Do you, as someone who has supported our school or unit through the years, feel compelled by these priorities? Do you want to come alongside us for this journey over the next decade or so? And starting to find out, now that they've had a chance to talk to university volunteers writ large, specifically donors and volunteers for their school and unit, how will they respond to what they're seeing? We'll also be starting to work to weave together university and school and unit priorities, and then working on agile case statements. Now, if you've ever done any fundraising with a local community organization, you probably are thinking of a case statement as some sort of glossy piece that's going to be left behind and gather dust on a coffee table. That's not really what we're talking about. What we're talking about is making sure that everybody is aligned on what we're trying to raise money to support, what impact we're hoping to have, and making sure that they're agile enough to live throughout the course of a campaign that's going to run the better part of a decade. So to Trustee Allison's point, there were a number of themes that have popped up. We've seen community engagement, facilities and infrastructure, expanding access and affordability, student success and well-being, and positioning Carolina as a leader. Those were running through a number of the presentations that we saw. And our job now is to start to look at all of those things that we saw in individual school and unit presentations. And now we have to start thinking about what Chancellor Roberts has been talking about and the priorities that he has outlined around enrollment, physical master plan, applied science, AI, athletics, skill, and how can we get those priorities and all of those various aspects of those priorities to line up with what school and units are telling us. And so there's going to be a period of work where our team from University Development Office, we working with folks from the Chancellor's Office, as well as with Adrienne King, our new Associate Vice Chancellor for Marketing and University Communications, about how do we create a message where what we're talking about for any audience, as well as with our donors, all line up to push Carolina forward as we start to begin to think about what does the next campaign at Carolina look like, and how is it going to deliver the impact the university needs at this moment in time. With that, I will bring Mike Andreasen back up and we can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mike and Jeff. Does anyone have questions for either?
Oh, I should go. Yeah, I just want to recognize Jen, former co-chair of the campaign for Carolina, but I'm just curious, what did we learn from the last campaign that you would say is going to help shape this new campaign? Like what worked, what didn't work? When I was cheering for UDO last time, I remember we talked about how like we wanted a more digital presence this time and be more aggressive in digital. So what did we learn that could improve and bring us in a better position this time?
I'll take a stab and then Jeff
Yep,
will
go
clean
ahead.
it up. I think the first thing we learned is that the base of support at Carolina is incredible. 247,000 individuals contributed in the last campaign. But there's still tremendous untapped potential. There are many alumni in particular, but even parents and friends who are maybe fans of Carolina, particularly athletics, have not yet fully been engaged and been engaged comprehensively. It's not just, are you a donor, or are you a member of the Alumni Association, Carolina Alumni, but are you participating in other parts of the campus? We're going to think about a better, broader base engagement. Second thing we've learned is that there was some opportunity to ask for larger gifts. We didn't ask, I think, at full capacity. How do you do that respectfully? Because it is a relationship that we're engaging in. So we're thinking a lot about gifts above 5 million and how they can really advance the mission. And then there's a third finding that our decentralized structure has made it difficult to align. And so we're working to just build stronger connective tissue across these 26 units. These units have been incredibly successful by and large fundraising, but by tethering them together, we get that more unified approach. Lastly, to your specific point, we've actually hired in the Central Development, UDO, a senior director of digital first strategy to look at across all of our programs and ask ourselves, are the tools and technologies and the data conducive to kind of where our industry is going? I'll give you a funny analogy that we're starting to use ChatGPT and sort of AI tools that we can use. And we started thinking about, could we write a better letter and then put that letter in an envelope and then mail that envelope to someone's home and hope that they write a check? That's not really what this individual is helping us think through, is how do we use digital platforms to engage a broader set of alumni in a more personalized way?
The only thing which I would add to what Mike shared is that we have done a ton of data analysis from the prior campaign, and one of the most salient findings that we had was that waiting until you're deep into the campaign to try to ramp up your staffing and hire new development officers is not going to be best practice. It takes 2 to 3 years for a development officer who is working with a new set of potential funders or donors to the institution to really become very productive. By their 4th and 5th year, they are exhibiting 10-to-1 returns. So, but 4 or 5 years in, you've got to be making that investment now to be able to enjoy those rewards down the street.
Trustee Curtis?
So you mentioned alumni engagement, and obviously our next presentation is going to deal a little bit with that. But we do have kind of 2 large organizations, the Alumni Association and Rams Club, that are affiliated entities, but not run by the university. How do you manage that process? Because, for instance, you talk about engaging alumni more, but for alumni to be engaged, they need to join and become a member of one association or another. Then that association's messaging becomes a messaging for effectively the university. And that may or may not resonate with the people that are receiving that. So it seemed like development is impacted by the actions of other entities that use the UNC name. How do we better reform that process and make sure that it's not frustrating the university's overall efforts?
Great question. And I'm really thrilled that Veronica is going to be presenting next. One, I think we have a base of coordination around data. We all share the same database. So that's, I think, an important, it's really difficult if everyone has their own separate data, because then you have no way of tracking how we're engaging folks. We could do better at populating that database, but the baseline is going well. Secondly, we invited the Rams Club to participate in this exercise. And so we actually have from them their fundraising strategy in the campaign, and we're looking for those commonalities. And then thirdly, Veronica and I are now meeting every month, looking at how our 2 teams can be more integrated, particularly in those alumni who are not engaged. Those that have found their way, we need to be careful not to overly confuse them with messaging that, particularly for bombarding them with emails, is one of the things we're concerned about. But there's a whole lot of folks who are not involved. And so why are they not involved? And could we do that in a more coordinated area? But it's a really important point that we got a long way to go to, I think, to get a lot better.
Thank you, trustee Curtis. Trustee Lloyd?
Good presentation. It goes without saying, but in these important years before we launched the campaign, one of the things we talked about at the end of the campaign was treating our General Assembly as our largest donors. And there's so many people at this table and around in this room who have strong relationships in Raleigh. And I think about development is not just private giving.
Right.
There's so many projects I think that could be more ambitious if we were to bring in the General Assembly earlier on, involve them in the planning, get their ideas, and then have the public-private partnership and really be much more ambitious in the way that we approach these projects. And Trustee Blaine is excellent at this, the Chancellor, our new University Council. I just hope that we'll really actually include the General Assembly, not just as the last option of last approval for a budget item, but in the thought process of thinking very broadly and ambitiously about what this campaign could be and what this university could be.
Absolutely great point. I think I've said this to this group before, that when I look at the state appropriation to this university compared to places I've been elsewhere, it's the equivalent of a $15 billion endowment. I mean, it's extraordinary. So we start with a thank you. I think to your maybe more nuanced point is, as we elevate these priorities, you're absolutely right. We should think about how we say, well, philanthropy is one piece of it, and it could be a partnership with state investment, and then the totality of that effort can be even greater than doing it singly. So now that we have them and we're beginning to scrub them and work through them, I think we can look for commonality around that as well. So it's a great point.
Yes, trustee Turner.
You mentioned the ramp up period for staffing that's needed, kind of that timetable. So what is our state of readiness today as it stands?
At a macro level, so we've engaged campaign consultants that we've known for a long time. They know us really well, and in fact, this firm is the firm that put together this group of 10 publics that we're a part of, the Advancement Leadership Forum. And I've shared some of that information with you before. What's remarkable about this group of 10 is we share granular data. We actually share entire fundraising performance, individual fundraising performance, and what we pay our staff. So we have a really good comparison. They took a deep dive in the last campaign, our broader database, our peer set, and their assessment, if you use 500 million as a sort of baseline, is that we have the capacity to grow to be about an $800 million a year shop. But we're leaving about $300 million of development dollars. When we very care, I was clear to Nate Knuffman, we spend $1 real, you can buy an ice cream with that one, and we generate 10. But those 10 are incredibly important, but some come 30 years out on the deferred side, some come over a 5 or 6 year period, almost all of which are restricted. The question is, it costs us about 10 cents on the dollar. So if we're going to grow the total capacity by 300, we have to come up with somewhere between 30 and $35 million in spend. We couldn't spend that tomorrow. I worry about ensuring we get great talent, people who are uniquely qualified to our industry, but really qualified to what Carolina is trying to do. But we are right now, and we don't have an update, we're looking at various funding models to finance the investment. We'd like to get that up and running quickly. Once we've got the financing in place, then we can go out into the marketplace and recruit the staff. But it's probably 100+ people to get to where we need to get to over the next 2 or 3 years. We can come back with more detail on that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Actually, I have a question. So obviously, I think we've made it clear that, aligning with the Alumni Association is a good strategy. From doing this year-long process, which thank you for going through it with the schools and units, do you think that we're utilizing the Carolina alumni effectively currently?
The broader alumni community or the Alumni Association?
Alumni Association.
I think Veronica, well, let her speak, but I think we both believe there's a lot more opportunity for collaboration. I think we've been pretty good around data. We're really, I think, quite strong in celebrating kind of hallmark years like 50th reunion and some of those. But as we've talked about sort of a stronger geographic presence, we're missing parts of the country and the world, candidly. And I also think we're not always hearing what our donors or our alumni are most interested in. We make assumptions because of where they got their degree or whether they belong to this club or that club. But if we're not really listening to what they're might also be interested in, we're missing that opportunity. I give the example, it's not a very, it's a simple example, but if someone has a degree from a school, and so we keep sending them stuff and say, you should give to accounting because you're an accounting alum, that really matters to you. And yet every time we put something on social media about the botanical gardens and they say, this is the most amazing thing, and they tell all their friends, if we don't listen and know that they care about the botanical, we are never going to ask them to come and walk those beautiful grounds and make a gift and support. So I think one area our industry, but certainly this institution can improve dramatically, is listening to what our alumni are telling us and then respond in kind. And that's something we should do in partnership.
That's good. I mean, I remember, I think you guys are using GGA, is that right? John Glyer came and spoke with us, and that was the one thing that he said, that we were not using our association.
It's certainly an industry. Stanford is now spending 50% of their development budget purely on alumni engagement. And those are lifetime relationships, knowing that the ask will come periodically, but the relationship continues every day.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a question?
I'm sorry, did you reference John Gleer, the fundraising consultant?
Correct. The firm I believe we're currently using. Yeah.
If I recall, did he not say that we were one of the only schools in the country that had a separate alumni association that was not run internally by the university?
There are still a handful. Veronica would know. There's still a handful, Michigan being one of them, but there are also some that have moved in partnership. And that's either formally or is just informal and programming. And so they're historic in nature, as you know.
All right. Does anyone else have any? Trustee Blaine, you have a comment or question or thought?
Those mouthballs are
Come on now, you've had 2 Diet Cokes. What do you have to say? In the spirit of open meetings. All right, well, thank you both.
Thank you.
All right, our last informational item is to hear an update from Veronica Flash-Fuller, President of the Carolina Alumni Association, now, I guess, Carolina alumni.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Sounds like y'all are ready for me too.
know, right?
I'm
Let's go.
excited. But by way of introduction, I know I've spent some time with some of you, but not all of you. Some of you are relatively new. So I'm going to give you my 30-second Carolina story. I grew up in Lincoln County. I came to Carolina, and Carolina changed my life. It was an incredible experience for me here. I met my husband here. He did ROTC and then 8 years of active duty. All the while I was in the financial sector. So I was in banking for 15 years. And I was involved at Carolina the whole time. On development boards, actually, through the Young Alumni Leadership Council, through the Board of Visitors, through the General Alumni Association board with Trustee Ballantyne. And so I remained engaged from the onset. And that's why I'm here today. And that's why Carolina has continued to change my life. And it's really a dream come true to represent our alumni and to speak to you in this capacity. So thank you. As Trustee White mentioned, the General Alumni Association, the UNC General Alumni Association is now known as Carolina Alumni. So we have gone through a rebranding exercise. And here we go. And that's what I'm here to talk to you today about, our strategic plan and really the work that I've been doing since I got here. So as you all know, Carolina Alumni, Trustee Codis, you mentioned we're an associated entity. We are a nonprofit 501c3. We are alumni led, and we're one of the largest and oldest alumni associations in the country. We are turning 182 years old next week, and we serve over 65,000 members, but we also serve all 370,000 living alumni. Shortly after I took over as president of the Alumni Association, we underwent a strategic planning process. We worked with Professor Paul Friga, who some of you may know at the business school, to go through this effort. The process involved our staff, our board, but also we wanted to cast a wide net, and we had about a 60-person strategic advising committee. Trustee Ballantyne served on that committee. We had alumni, we had university staff and faculty. We had administrators and leaders like Mike Andreasen, Bubba, Rick Steinbacher, and others, because we really wanted to ensure, as we were looking towards the future of the Alumni Association, that we were representing all our constituents. And so we used the senior class. We surveyed them. We used business school classes to really pressure test some of the ideas that we had, and also what we wanted to represent and how we wanted to envision our future. And so as part of this process, we developed the following strategic statements. We really wanted to redefine our mission and what was the purpose of the Alumni Association. And we landed at, we strengthen your lifelong connection to Carolina. We really see this as an opportunity, the purpose of the work that we do, to build really strong bonds between alumni and the university. We want to create a supportive and engaged community where alumni feel valued and connected. It's also a relationship that extends and transcends graduation. So we believe that we should start investing in the relationship with these students while they're on campus. If they don't know who we are when they leave, we're in trouble because it's harder to get their attention. And so really investing in those relationships from the moment students get on campus and letting that relationship continue to grow and transcend over time. Our vision, where we hope to be in the next 3 years. And I think some of this will also align with Mike's comments around where we've had gaps in the past, but in the next 3 years, we hope to be able to bring the Tar Heel spirit to you wherever you are in the world. And really, this is honing in on the fact that we need to have a global mindset when it comes to connecting with alumni, not just focus on our alumni in North Carolina, even though about 50% of our alumni are here, and we need to make sure we're engaging them. Ensure that the connectivity happens outside of the walls of North Carolina and transcends globally. We want to bring those shared traditions and values that unite our community together, but also help spread the word about what our alumni are doing all over the world. And then lastly, our values. We didn't want to land on just one word or a couple of words for our values, because it's so much greater than how we could just sum it up in a couple of words. And so we found this quote, and this quote's really meaningful to me. It is adapted from a dear friend of mine, former classmate, former student body president, Eve Carson, seeking to be great while remembering we must always do good. And so as we see the work that we do, the values by which we want to execute the work is embodied in our desire to strive for excellence in the way that UNC always strives for excellence in all the work that we do. But also remembering that in order to achieve excellence, the way you achieve that matters. Being really transparent in our operations, being ethical, being inclusive, and inviting to all of our alumni is incredibly important to us. From there, we were able to really hone in on our priorities over the next 3 years. Again, through the mindset of our strategy statements, we developed these 3 priorities, which is to reimagine our image, increase engagement, and grow resources. And for the sake of time, I won't go through all of the initiatives, but I did want to highlight some of our priorities and objectives because I really think they're very meaningful and they align with some of the questions that you all have. The first priority we have is to reimagine our image. Some of the ways that we're doing this is by updating our physical space. If you've walked into the Alumni Center, you could really be walking into any building on any campus, anywhere in the world. We have no sense of brand identity. And it isn't, the feedback we received during our strategic planning process is that it isn't the most inviting and welcoming. And so really taking, to say the least. You could be, yes. But using that as an opportunity to say, we want to invite you back home. We see this as your home. We want you to want to come home. And so renovating the space is going to be incredibly critical to that work. And in that, we're really excited about some potential partnerships with the university and not only doing some renovations, but hopefully an expansion in the future and being able to welcome all people back to campus. As we think about reimagining our image, our physical space is important, but we probably on a daily basis have many more people, much more coming in through our digital doors. And so being really mindful of our digital presence and redesigning what that looks like. And so we've already started working on bids, and we've identified a new firm that's going to help us undertake this objective. And lastly, elevate the brand. Many of you have commented on the new name. The last year has been really an intentional year of getting that name out, ensuring people understand who we are. Having that, again, sense of brand identity was really important. And the feedback that we had received was UNC General Alumni Association or just General Alumni Association didn't really give that spirit of pride in the same way that Carolina Alumni does. This logo and name also fits a lot better on things, which has been really helpful. But that's something that we're going to continue to push, continue to do, and help with the pride that our alumni have of who they are and who we are. Our second priority, and this is going to be a really big one. This is one that is not going to be something that we can do alone, but increase engagement, serve unmet alumni needs. We are very well aware that not all of our alumni feel connected and feel like they have a way to get connected. And so being really intentional here, one example is our young alumni. We are planning and executing a number of young alumni events because like I mentioned, my personal story and why I got so involved at Carolina was because I got involved as a young alum a year or two after graduation. And when you do that, your connectivity continues to grow. So we have planned a number of events in the past year. Looking forward to the next year, we have a fun event called a Yardie. So it's a young alumni party, if you will, for homecoming. We have a young alumni reunion that we're planning in the spring, a number of things that welcome and invite young alumni to get connected back and to help as part of the planning committee to say you have a say in what your connectivity, your reunions, your experience looks like. As well with our serving unmet alumni needs is ensuring that we grow our clubs and our networks. So we have started building out affinity networks. We have our regional clubs that we have been trying to recruit new leadership for after COVID. A lot of those volunteers kind of went sleepy. And so really focused on growing those volunteers, recruiting new volunteers, working with the development team to identify regional alums that have expressed interest in being engaged in different parts of the country and continuing to grow that. Again, along with our vision of trying to meet everyone where they are all over the world, this is going to be a really important component for us. But also recognizing that not everyone wants to connect back from a regional perspective, but we have a lot of affinity, different types of affinity groups at Carolina, and sometimes those networks want to connect. And so really being thoughtful about how we grow those networks, where we have opportunities to create new ones. And then lastly, we can't be everywhere all the time. I recognize that. I'm sure many of you recognize that. And so really investing in digital content and ways for alumni to be able to volunteer digitally or connect digitally or attend an event digitally. And so looking at what that may look like and how to grow that so that alumni in California or Texas, if they can't fly back for an event, they can participate in a webinar, they can ask questions, they have resources that help them feel more connected long-term. Also strengthen relationships with students. Here we have been working and talking to the Career Center, James Baraselli, on how we can be a strong partner when it comes to high impact learning experiences, connecting alumni to Heels Engage, and just ensuring that we're helping activate our alumni that are interested and have a desire to help support students within their career search. Jen, you also mentioned advocacy. So this is something that the Alumni Association has done. In the past, it was very strong. In the recent history, it hasn't, it's sort of gone sleepy. And so really reactivating that and ensuring that we are not only actively engaging our legislators in Raleigh, but activating our alumni. We see this as an opportunity to say grassroots and grass tops efforts can help support the university priorities. So we have invested in a software called Quorum, which will help us activate both grassroots and grass tops as soon as the university is ready for us to sort of push go on that, because that's not something we believe we should or can do on our own. It should be supporting the university priorities when the university, that timing fits. Improve internal culture. That's more focused on staff development, training. We recently went through an effort to relook at our bylaws, took the opportunity to restructure our board, making sure that we're engaging our board in the best way possible, informing them of our finances, our operations, and all the things that they need to know to be good fiduciary board members. And lastly, our third priority is to grow our resources. Many of you may know in the past, the Alumni Association did receive funding from the university. We are currently not receiving any funding. We're financially independent, which is good. I think we don't want to be a financial burden on the university, but that does mean we need to make sure that we are financially stable, that we are using our opportunities to grow membership through revamping our membership value proposition, but also, like I mentioned, with our goals to renovate the building, we need to undertake a development campaign to be able to raise those funds. And in that process, we have partnered with Mike Andreessen, ensuring that it's all being done very in alignment with the university, while also growing the pipeline of donors along the way. And with that, here's the laundry list of our initiatives. I won't go through them. I've hit some highlights, but I wanted you to get a sense of what we have been working on, what we're working towards, the future that we want to build for not only the Alumni Association, but UNC. Thank you.
Veronica. Thank you. Do you want to have questions? Trustee Curtis?
So I appreciate the presentation, and I understand that the purpose of the association is really to serve the university and the alumni out there. The question really becomes, is this the right model? Because most of the universities, per Chair Pryor's comment, have switched to a dues-free and university-run association. And that's the significant trend. And part of that, I think, is because you're trying to attract young alumni to interact with the university. And a dues model is kind of contrary to that for someone just coming out of school to commit to $50 a year from now on, or other commitments. It also, there's an opportunity, if it's integrated within the university instead of a separate association, to find financial efficiencies and cut cost and redundancies. Brand integrity and kind of donor clarity is another big one out there. You mentioned having a development campaign, while we're also talking about having a development campaign for the university. So, you know, from my standpoint, I think there's a case to be made for reform to reintegrate the association into the university rather than have that be a separate association. It would increase alumni participation in the donor pool, centralizes messaging and strategic alignment, cuts unnecessary cost, eliminates confusions over donations, and enhances academic support based on outcomes. I would think the next steps of that, if the board had any interest in that, would be to commission a study to analyze potential savings and engagement growth by transitioning to a no-dues university integrated model, and then request GAA and university advancement develop a joint operational merger plan, and then look at phasing out dues over a 2 to 3 year window focused on young alumni returning milestone classes. So just throwing that out for a suggestion, because I think at the end of the day, we're talking about serving the university and serving the alumni. And right now, if we're looking at 25% of living alumni being roughly membership dues payers, based on my estimates, 25% roughly.
So I did want to clarify that we serve all 370,000 living alumni. Our members get perks and discounts, but we do serve all 370,000 living alumni. And with regards to your question, I respectfully disagree. I don't think that model is better, not just because I'm running the Alumni Association, but because before I took this role, I did invest some time into asking people who would be my peers about that. And I can say that of all the peers that I've talked to, we have a lot of conferences and reunions that we gather. The feedback that I've received is over the past 15 years that that's happened, there hasn't been sort of a study that shows that that's actually a better model. In fact, one of my peers actually at Oregon gave me a great analogy, and he said, you know, combining alumni and development is sort of like boys and girls in schools. When you have boys and girls together, obviously, well, not obviously, but when you have boys and girls together, the boys do better. In this case, the boys are development because you have more development officers. But when you separate the boys and girls, the girls do better. And alumni engagement and development is very similar. When they're together, you're going to raise more money because you have more development officers, but you lose the alumni engagement piece.
Okay, and just for rough numbers, your annual revenue is about 9 mil.
I would be
And
happy to have you over.
Well, no, I'm
to-
I mean, I've been through the 990, so it's roughly 9 mil. You have about a 1.2 mil profit line out of that. And then you've got 122 million in assets. So what making the case for, and I understand the case for the separation concept that it's engaging alumni in a non-ask environment, I guess is the main concept.
Yes.
And then how is the Alumni Association contributing towards that? What dollars are flowing back in to support the university?
Well, again, happy to go through the numbers, the operating revenue offline. I can tell you that in the past, when we received money, we don't anymore. We contribute in a number of ways. $250,000 to maintain alumni records, $50,000 towards a Salesforce marketing campaign, and in a number of other ways. But we're not only contributing, our role, in my opinion, is not to contribute financially, but to contribute from an engagement perspective, connectivity, helping to build the future pipeline for donors for development.
Yeah, Chair Pryor, I have thoughts too, but.
Did you? First of all, I want to thank you for your willingness to work with the board in good faith, and just know that I really do genuinely appreciate it. And I feel that, in my view, having been on the board for almost 6 years now, the vast majority of all the issues that have caused concern among this board predate your stepping into your current position. That being said, as Trustee Cotis just referenced, and I heard you say you do want to be financially stable, you do have an endowment of over $120 million. I think the vast majority of that money was raised in a way that diluted money that would have otherwise been raised for the university. And a lot of it is things like this, you know, the trips and the things that you do. And I used to get these myself. I'm a life member. But after asking questions a few years ago, I got dropped from the mail list. So
I can get you back on.
well, I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it. But I happen to have a friend who provides me with everything that I no longer get. And things like the life insurance that I don't get anymore, or the credit card solicitations I don't get anymore. But I want you to know, I think that there's a real good case to be made that the vast majority of that endowment really should be the universities. Not yours, because it ultimately was raised off the back of the university. And this is just my view. When I look at your strategy statements, mission, vision, I would rework the entire thing. Your mission should be to support the university. Your vision should be to support the university. The value should be supporting the university above everything else. And through no fault of yours, because it preceded you, there was a steady, deliberate effort to create a separate mechanism for funding the General Alumni Association that was not the university. And I think in a way that was much like a parasitic relationship where a parasite attaches itself to a host body, that's how I view it. And the parasite never kills the host body, it just lives off of it. And that's what happened to the tune of $120 million, in my view. Thank you.
Certainly appreciate your opinion, Trustee Pryor, and your support. I think we've had a great working relationship with the board since I started, and I really deeply appreciate that. I can say that I am looking to the future. I am trying to find a way to be the most supportive alumni association that we can be. And part of that is connecting not just with Mike and development, but also elevating all of our deans, elevating our faculty, helping showcase all the wonderful things that are happening, working with athletics on game day experiences. So I'm happy to share that you're all invited. In the fall, we will be opening up the Alumni Center, which typically is not open on game days, and we're going to be hosting what we call Heels House. We're inviting all alumni friends back to campus. You get a free beverage of your choice if you are a member, but everyone is invited to come. And so that is, I think, a way that we're showing how we're using our resources to be an asset for the university.
Does anyone else have any other questions or thoughts, Karen? Trustee Jean?
Quick question. And again, I really appreciate your being here, and I appreciate the work that you've done with the Alumni Association. Sometimes it's difficult to come in after someone has been in a leadership position for a period of time, and it's very refreshing to see the changes that you're making. I was wondering if you could speak to the magazine and some of the content in the magazine and how you view the content in the magazine and how it furthers support of the university.
That's a great question. And I think I see the magazine as another great asset that can be used to elevate. And we are continuously talking to our communication staff on how we, as you can see, one of our initiatives is to spotlight alumni champions and be more intentional about raising awareness about all the wonderful and great things that are happening on campus. As you can imagine, we get a lot of questions too about just the news of what is happening on campus. And so part of being an engaged alumni is understanding what's happening on campus. And I'll give you an example. Last year when the BOG pulled back DEI, a lot of the emails that I got were related to, because it doesn't do us a service. People cancel their memberships when we tell these stories, by the way. But a couple of the emails were about pulling back not wanting to engage with the university, canceling their membership, canceling donations because of this news. And so using that continuously as an opportunity to say, if this is something that's important to you, lean in. That is what makes an engaged alumni. Lean in. If you care about an initiative and you're worried about that initiative going away, in this case, it was Project Uplift. I said, use that as an opportunity to financially support it and speak with your financial contributions, but also lean in and provide your voice. And I think some of the stories allow for that conversation and that dialogue to happen.
Trustee Jones, are you?
I am. I would say, as we talk about advocacy, especially when it comes to the legislature and advocacy in other areas, it's really important to have alignment of message. And I appreciate the magazine being a forum for people to understand what's occurring on campus. I do think that the magazine and the content, were it more neutral, might help promote the alignment in a way that doesn't take away from making sure people understand what's going on campus, but also doesn't fracture the voices of all the alumni, especially as we go out and try to tell the story of the university to the broader public.
Oh, no, I totally agree. And the magazine is the goal is we are politically neutral. There is no swaying. It is fact-based, certainly. But if you do come across a story that you feel like is not neutral, I would welcome that feedback, because that's been my expectation of the magazine, and we are aligned there. A great opportunity that I can share. We are participating in the Research Takeover Week that the university is doing this week, where all of the websites have been turned to research stories. And we recently published a story that research is on under threat. We pulled that from the paywall to make it our main website story. And every day we're highlighting a new story that pertains to research in support and in alignment with the university, while also telling the story of the research takeover and why it's so important.
And I would add on the magazine, I would actually disagree and say I don't think it should be a forum. And it doesn't align with the mission and the vision you just shared of strengthening your lifelong connection and having shared connections. I think that it's a magazine, and perhaps we leave the forum and the reporting and the factual, neutral information to the DTH and the NNO and the news publications.
Certainly. No, that's great feedback. Thank you.
Couple of comments. Number one, my daughter graduated in 2017, and to this day, I get 2 alumni magazines because she will not change her address. So, Mr. Pryor, I know you've moved a couple of times, but if you haven't called them up and told them to change the address, they're probably not going to send you anything. You may have done it. I know you're getting those from your friends. Okay. Okay. Secondly, just let me put my alumni hat on here and give my opinion, since that's what we're doing, is just giving opinions. I kind of enjoyed the fact that as an alumni, I get to read the magazine and mainly look at the obituaries, all my friends that are dying. As you like to point out, I'm the oldest on this board. But I like to view the fact that there is some separation, because they're speaking for the alumni, and we have alumni who are different, a lot of diversity, a lot of different parties, different colors, different nations, different everything. And so to have an alumni association that is run by alumni, they vote on each other, and the way they do their voting is incredible. I mean, it's been here for 180 years. And I think it's done a pretty darn good job, and their magazine is, as I've seen it, is very neutral, news-based. I wouldn't want to bring it into the university as an alumni, because I like those diverse thoughts. And so we as a board are going to change from our politics from decade to decade to decade. But the alumni are a grouping of people that are probably 50-50 as far as their political views. And so it's nice to have an opportunity for alumni to speak out if they feel like we're going in the wrong direction as a board, or as an administration, or as a faculty, from whatever viewpoint you have. So it's refreshing, and I think it's viewed as one of the best alumni associations in the country. And if we're gonna have this debate, we certainly can have it, but I think, you know, it would need to be a really deep dive into whether or not we would ever want to think about doing anything with this final organization. That's my opinion.
Thank you, trustee Meekins.
Oh, yeah, I just
Trustee
want to
Griff.
compliment your presentation. Really great to see someone so young taking on such a big organization and do so many changes. I think that from a student perspective, at least for our seniors, we did get to see a lot more presence of campaigns this year. I think I heard a lot of people, I'm going to get free stuff here. I'm gonna go do this over there. They gave me a water bottle at commencement. I think that it's great. And I think that, well, you guys wrote an article about when I got elected on the web. And I think that there is a very powerful part of seeing an independent source writing about alumni and about students. You know, I think that coming from student government, self-governance is really important. I think that seeing alumni have an entity where they can represent themselves is great. I think that in the magazine and news, it might be great to see how we can align that with the chancellor's priorities. So for example, now that the physical master plan is coming up, a lot of alumni wish that changes to infrastructure happen while they were at the university. So how can we highlight the story now that it's coming that, hey, we are going to be catching up on infrastructure? These are great stories about changes that are happening for the university that, you know, when you went to UNC, you wish this happens, so it's happening now and it's great. Or AI, the university is catching up on that and developing, how can we include AI on teaching? So I think that it's a great opportunity to partner with the priorities that the chancellor has set for the university to advance itself.
Absolutely. And I will end with this, that I do welcome stories, and our chief editor as well welcomes stories. So anytime you all know of something wonderful happening, please do share it with us, because we're a small team. And so we don't know everything all the time that's happening. But we always welcome story ideas, and not just welcome them, but actually appreciate them, because it certainly helps us to make sure we have the best, most robust stories that help represent our university in the best way possible.
Thank you. And
Thank
Veronica, I
you.
have a question. How do you know who to contact to join the Alumni Association? Like, how do you build your membership? How do you get in touch with people?
We have different ways. So we have events, obviously, where we have membership represented. We have emails. Senior year is actually a big campaign year for our students. We host a number of activities. Senior week, we host champagne and dessert toast. We invite parents. We have a legacy pinning. We have a ring ceremony. So a lot of ways that we engage and invite, and then do have a soft ask of welcome to the Alumni Association. This is one option you can join. Our young alumni do have access to a discounted membership at $30 a year. And also that taps into unlimited career resource. So we pay out, we outsource a career coach. And if you look at the math, and if everyone did it, it would probably bankrupt us. So I probably shouldn't share this with everyone. But if you are a young alum, the first 3 years you have unlimited access to this career coach. A career coach is $150 an hour. You can join the the Alumni Association at $30 a year.
Got it. But I guess what I'm saying is, how do you reach the people, like how do you get the emails or the mailing addresses to be able to offer membership and attend the perks if they in fact decide to join?
So the alumni database was
Right.
created by the Alumni Association many, many years ago. And over the past couple of years, we've shifted that model, and those people no longer sit under the Alumni Association in our building, but sit in here. But historically, that was how it was built.
And it was created because how would they know who was a graduate?
I'm sorry.
How
How would
would
the
they-
registrar
Right, how do you know who to contact to be a part of the Alumni Association?
in the shared database?
The database from the university?
Yes,
Okay. Got it.
Thank you for your presentation. I just had a question for you. Like this, I guess, is something of a hypothetical. If somebody in the administration, like in the development office or university affairs, whatever, if they needed the alumni association's assistance on something, can they direct you to do it, or do they have to ask you to do it?
I don't think, so I report to a board of directors that's alumni led, if that's what you're asking. Mike
So
could ask.
They have to ask. Normally you would oblige them, I assume.
Right. Depending on what I can't say everything in the history of the world that I will get asked in the future, but anytime someone has approached me, our strategic plan is all about collaborating, working together, figuring out how we can make something work that someone has asked us to do.
And then I think you answered my second question, which was, at the end of the day, you don't report to anybody that works for the university. You report to a board that is self-selecting.
I report to a fiduciary board. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So,
But in the past, this position has had a dotted line to the chancellor, is very connected to the chancellor. I have one-on-ones with the chancellor. I met with him this morning, keeping the administration updated. I shared this strategic plan with all of Mike's directs and his entire team. I have shared it with the chancellor's joint cabinet. So it's a very collaborative environment, but
but
reporting
at the
lines,
base of the
yes.
tension that I think the other board members are talking about is that you have a large corpus of funds from UNC alums. You develop the list of those alums by getting graduates from the registrar's office, but at the end of the day, you don't report back into the administration. If there ever was a conflict, you report to an independent, self-selecting board of directors. And that's the tension. And what we're trying to figure out here is how to make sure that everything is working smoothly and that tension is lessened, right?
And I believe that's the other associated entities, right, would be in
Sure,
that
sure. I
same.
mean, absolutely.
Yes, you're right.
Okay.
And
And I just want to make sure I
understand
that,
the
like,
structure.
at the core,
Yes,
that's where the tension is.
yes.
Okay.
And we do have a chancellor's delegate on our board as well. So Chris McClure serves on our board.
And how many board members do you have?
We have total about 50 board members, but
2% of the vote?
yes, but that's
I don't think he has a vote, does he?
no,
He's
he's
ex officio.
he's ex officio.
Okay, so
But-
0%.
Correct, but he's aware of everything that's happening. That would be a great opportunity. If he saw something in those board meetings that he is not in support of, he would let me know immediately. The chancellor, there are checks and balances.
I understand. I'm not being critical of you. I'm just saying, I just want to make sure that I understand that, like, when the board members who have been on the board longer than I have, and they're talking about some of these issues, that dynamic is at the core of any tension that there is. All right.
And as a board member with John 6 years ago, I think John and I both agree that things have gotten significantly better in terms of that.
Oh, yeah.
As far as, in other words, I think we as a board 6 years ago, let the General Alumni Association know that we had concerns. And I think things have gotten better. And I even know, and if I recall, and you might remember, John, during the pandemic, I think there were discussions with the Alumni Association about helping with their funds if needed. And I don't know if we ever tapped into that or didn't, or if that was an offer that was, officially made, but I know that was there to discuss. And I know, for instance, the Alumni Center that they paid for is used by our university on a regular basis. I mean, constantly. And so anyway, just some things to think about.
And so, Brian, let me add, I appreciate you doing your best to try to alleviate those tensions. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
No, I understand. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
And just to underscore what Ralph was just saying, I agree. It is so much better. And that's why I preface my remarks by saying all of my concerns really do precede Veronica's taking the position of president of the organization. However, a lot of those issues still remain and are troubling to me. And, one of them, I know it was the longstanding practice when you all did these trips that I don't get the mail for anymore, but.
We're gonna change that.
but-
We're gonna
but-
change
but I'm
that.
just saying,
We're
But,
gonna get spammed.
and I've never even thought about going to Bhutan, but it looks like a lovely place to visit. But I'm curious, the longstanding practice was that the then General Alumni Association would use faculty, sometimes senior administration officials, to be a guide for a trip. And in return, they got a free trip to whether it be Bhutan or Iceland or a European coastal cruise. that was a nice benefit for that faculty person or that senior administration official to get to be a guide and in effect get a free trip. The concern would be that at a time that there was a separate entity that was raising its own funds, that it was a means of keeping and distributing access and influence to prop up what was its own little fiefdom built upon the back of the university. Are you all still doing those trips with faculty advisors that get the benefit of the free trip?
Certainly, and I would actually welcome you to host one of the trips. No, and I say that because I went on my first trip and it's not a trip. It is not a trip. It is a lot of work.
And I'm gonna take a trip with you one day, Vimal, I promise.
fine, but why him alone? We are all sitting.
So you just absolutely proved my point. There has never once been an invitation for anybody on this board because I assume it would be a conflict of interest, right? But nonetheless,
You gotta ask
nonetheless,
somebody
for
else,
40
lawyer.
plus years, you were selectively influencing key people within the administration as well as the faculty. And I think it was not.
Not Veronica.
No.
Said you.
predecessor.
I mean, I will tell you this, I have friends that are not UNC folks. They go on those trips for that benefit of having Freddie Kiger tell stories about.
Gettysburg, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're incredible. So I think it's a symbiotic relationship.
Well, and I just hosted my first one and I did Costa Rica. That's where I'm originally from. My family's from Costa Rica. So I felt like that had a purpose. So we have revamped our travel host program to be purpose driven. And I would love for you to come over. I would love to speak to any of you about this purpose driven host role, because after having gone on my first trip, the alumni engagement that you get going on those trips is out of this world. I was on a boat on the Pacific Ocean, hosting an alumni reception. At the end, we all locked arms, sang Hark the Sound. I came back with 20 best friends, and I am not exaggerating. The level of connectivity and engagement. I had dinner with travelers this past Friday. I'm always hearing about travelers that meet, continue to get together. It is a really special program, and I would welcome you to experience it.
In my continued gesture of good faith, I'd love to have lunch and talk to you more about it. Thank you.
That's good.
As a affiliated entity, now that we have the new rules where I think the chancellor needs to appoint a third of the board, how are you going to manage that with a 50-person board and all elected by alums?
So I indicated that we went through an exercise over the past year using our board to get input on how and good board governance. Paul Friga helped us with this as well, really showing how we can have a really strong fiduciary board. And part of that was considering the new AE rules. We haven't finalized that, but we have made some adjustments in our bylaws to account for it.
First of all, let me congratulate you.
Thank you.
Most of these are attorneys, and you are really answering them very well with your composure, okay? If it was me standing there, it would have been different, honest, I tell you. These guys are fantastic. Now, make sure John comes on the next trip, okay? But saying that, the one doubt I have, okay, first of all, I'm not an attorney. The doubt I have is, you are soliciting funds from alumni.
No, we're not a development arm. So we
Yeah.
are membership. You can join as a member to get
Uh-huh.
membership perks like the magazine and discounts to our events. But the campaign that I referenced for the building is actually in collaboration with Mike. So we have Susan Sao from the development office that's helping us. And through this process, we're actually helping to build out a pipeline of future donors for development.
To the development. So actually, you're working with them.
Yes, that's right.
Not, I was confused because if I'm an alumni waiting, if you come and ask money and he comes and asks money, I'll be confused. So that is not what we are doing here, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But
Thank you for
really,
that.
you are great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a comment? Trustee Brian, or a question?
Yeah, and maybe I just want to do a follow-up, but I don't know how involved we are across the country. I mean, I thought about it some when I've been up Labor Day the past couple of years in New York City. I don't know. I know they have, there's like the Carolina Bar in Manhattan called Slattery's. I don't know how much the alumni.
So our New York club is actually one of our strongest alumni clubs. They host a number of events, including they just hosted an arts brunch. They have a senior send-off for students from the area. They do a fall reception where they invite the chancellor and a number of people. So they have our volunteer board there is incredibly strong, and that's what we hope to recreate all over our other clubs.
In other areas of the country, is there any, one thing I noticed, like when I was at the event, there was a kid who had gone to, I don't know, some school, Yale or somewhere, whose mom was actually in the administration somewhere. So there were ancillary, people tied into
Parents.
that were not,
Mhm.
yes. Sort of like I think about the military, when you get the insurance, you can keep getting it
Yeah.
down the line, like, are the invites for that kind of stuff, is it all? Is it broader?
It is broader. And so one thing that we were really intentional about with our strategy statements, it didn't say, reach alumni, because our base is focused on alumni, but our members extend beyond that. Sometimes we have parents that join because they see it as a great opportunity to get connected with their local club, to get the magazine. Sometimes for this, not to go back to the trips, but this trip that I hosted, we had a parent. They were two parents. They were traveling with Brown, and they saw how much fun the UNC group was having. They came, they sang Hark the Sound with us. He said, I want to travel with Carolina from now on, because we bring the Carolina spirit, and it's not just us, the Alumni Association, it's all of us. And so people see it not just here, but all over, and they want to be a part of the family.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone, Trustee Cotis?
Just a quick thought. Again, I understand your commentary about not wanting to be on this trip and you're stuck on a boat with development folks asking you for money the whole time. John probably would jump off the boat after a while with that, but, so I understand that concept, but I guess we're not talking about necessarily, advancement running the Alumni Association only, but there's shared services or costs and operational efficiencies that could be gained, and shared efforts that could reduce cost if it was more part of an university affiliated or university integrated entity instead of affiliated. I know that's not maybe in your best interest or the best interest of your board, who want to have that control themselves, but it may be in the best interest of the university. And so I do think it still warrants a review and maybe a subcommittee that looks into really all affiliated entities and how they may operate with the university and what the best structure might be for moving forward on those. So again, it's not just directed at your group, but really any affiliated group.
Thank you, Trustee Cotis. I think we should wrap up. Thank you for your presentation. And just as follow-up, I think, Marty, you were going to get with Veronica about financials, and Jen, you asked a good question about the boards and with the chancellor, and we're happy to help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
All right. Thank you for all of the updates that you've just given, and this concludes our open session for today. Trustee Ballantyne, I'll now entertain a motion. I'll now have you entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, I move that the External Relations Committee go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318-11, A1, to prevent the disclosure of privilege or confidential information, and also pursuant to Sections 143-318-11, A2.
You've heard the motion. Do I have a second? Thank you, Trustee Patel. Any discussion or debate? All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion carries. We're in closed session.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the May meeting of the University Affairs Committee. As Vice Chair and Acting Chair of this committee, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflicts of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify it at this time. I'll ask Chris McClure to please call the roll.
Chair Jones, Vice Chair Lloyd,
Here.
Mr. Allison, Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Valentine, Mr. Bryan, Mr. Kalapa, Mr. Patel, Mr. Pryor, Mr. Turner. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first item of business is to review and approve the open and closed session minutes of the March 19, 2025 meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve the open and closed session minutes of March 19, 2025? Thank you. Do I need to repeat their names? Any discussion or debate? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. This item will be placed on the consent agenda for the full board's approval tomorrow. Our next item is to hear a presentation on athletics from Athletics Director Bubba Cunningham. Mr. Cunningham, welcome.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we have a little slide thing that we're going to walk through, hopefully. I've got this, so I have to click it. There we go. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And one, I want to thank everyone here for the support of intercollegiate athletics. As I think you know, we have 28 teams. We have 21 head coaches that lead those 28 teams, 850 student athletes. We host about 300 events a year with about 1 million people coming through the turnstiles. And so what I thought I would do is kind of highlight this past year and some of the success that has happened. I think it's been an outstanding year and it's not done yet. The academic year is done, and I believe the commencement ceremony, the graduation ceremony in Kenan Stadium was absolutely fantastic. Inviting Mia Hamm back, I thought was just incredible. I thought the chancellor's introduction of Mia Hamm really set the stage for an incredible talk. I mean, a standing ovation by the students that were there. It kind of gave me chills. The other thing I love best about the commencement, and it really kind of ties athletics into it, having it in Kenan Stadium, having it in an athletic facility, because that's what I really feel like athletics is. It's a place where you build community, and having the academic and the athletic nexus at graduation, I think, is spectacular. And the other thing that I just take a lot of pride in is when the 50-year class walks in, they play the music that was being played at that time, and then the current graduates cheer for them. It really is an exciting time. So congratulations to all of you, and congratulations to the chancellor on such a wonderful event. And then obviously it culminated with the fireworks that night. Up on the board, you can see it, 1 national championship so far. So hopefully we're going up to Boston on Friday. Our women's lacrosse team is still competing, baseball is still competing, and our men's track program is still competing in the nationals in a couple of weeks. And I wanted to articulate some of the things that are on here. The individual titles in track. Chris Miltenberg, I think you know, is our head coach in men's track. He came here from Stanford. He oversees track, indoor cross country, indoor track, and outdoor track for both men and women. And he has done an absolutely phenomenal job. And now we have national champions, which we didn't have any of that prior to his arrival. 3 ACC tournament champions this year, 4 ACC regular season championships, and a nod to our men's lacrosse program. That has had some up and down periods, but they were co-champs in the tournament. Unfortunately, lost in the first round of the NCAA tournament, but overall, they have a young team, and I think they're starting to really, really come on. And yeah, I can't take field hockey for granted. The regular season champion as well as the tournament champion stubbed their toe in the semifinals of the national championship tournament and didn't get Aaron's second national championship. But what a bright star Aaron has been for our program. Football obviously made a bowl game, had a great experience up in Boston at Fenway. What a wonderful place. So we have been to Boston already once this year. We took our football team to play in a baseball stadium, and now we're taking the lacrosse team to play in a football stadium. So I'm not sure if we'll ever get it right when we go up to Boston, but it should be a good trip. Women's basketball, I think, had another great year. Again, getting to the Sweet 16, I think is phenomenal. Courtney's been here 5 years now and has really kind of turned that program around. And she's got a great recruiting class coming in next year. Men's basketball had kind of an up and down year, very inconsistent, but did make the NCAA tournament. And I will say that that created a little problem for myself, but we did get into the tournament. So, but glad it's behind me. And then 26 of the 28 teams did make the NCAA tournament. So the postseason. So I really think overall it was a great year athletically. Academically, I think we had an outstanding year again. So over a 3.0 for the 12th straight semester. Our 15 of our teams had a perfect APR. So with all the transfer portal and all the discussion we've had about that, our grades continue to be really good. Our graduation rates are good. The retention rates are really good. So we're starting to do some wonderful things both in the classroom and on the fields. And I also want to call your attention to gymnastics. So for 20 years, they have not had a kid transfer or be ineligible. I'm sorry, 10 years, 20 semesters worth. So I think they've done an outstanding job. And then obviously the top left on this slide is the incredible hire of Bill Belichick and what he's meant to this program, the enthusiasm, the positive things that are going around surrounding the program. And you're going to hear more about what we expect on game day as we move forward. But there's some other very exciting moments on that slide right there. The women's basketball winning 2 games at home in the NCAA tournament when Alyssa jumped up on the scorer's table was fantastic. Obviously, field hockey win another championship. So just kudos to our coaches and our student athlete. It really has been a great, great year. I wanted to touch on a couple of things on a national basis. Today could be the day. We've been waiting for a year for the House settlement to come to conclusion. So Judge Claudia Wilkin, we have submitted all the documentation. The 4 Power 5 or the Power 4 conferences have submitted that. So beginning July 1, if it's approved, we'll have revenue share of 20.5 million. We'll have new roster limits. And you may have read about the roster limits that they're going to grandfather in some of our current student athletes that could be cut in the new roster limits if they were a strict roster limit. But there's going to be more leniency relative to roster limits next year. Scholarship limits, I'll talk a little bit about that in the future. We're going to modify those as we move forward as an NCAA structure. The reporting requirements are going to be significant. LBI, we're all required to submit to LBI what our revenue share is going to be, and any of our NIL contracts will be going there as well. And there's a new College Sports Commission. That is the new enforcement agency that is now created by the Power 4 conferences. Yet to be named CEO. All of this is contingent upon the House settlement, and the enforcement of that part of the settlement will rest with this new College Sports Commission and not with the NCAA. So there's a bifurcation of the enforcement as we move forward. And then the last piece is Charlie Baker's working on a new working group that's trying to take some of the bureaucracy out of the NCAA. And I know we've all agreed that the bureaucracy is significant. There are over 80 different committees, and he's trying to reduce the number of committees, have greater accountability for those making decisions, and just trying to modernize the entire organization. I do think is what we're going to see are more sport-specific committees. So I think you'll see greater alignment between the individual sport, the national governing body for that sport, and the NCAA championship as we move forward. So the other big change we had this past year is ACC changes. We finally settled the lawsuits with Florida State and Clemson. We have a new revenue sharing model, which I think will really benefit the university. Football, basketball, and women's basketball success will be rewarded in the new model. In addition to that, television viewership. I don't think any of those things are new to anybody in this room, but we have taken a look at some of the new financial models, and that will be significantly beneficial to the university as we move forward. There certainly has been a modification of the grant of rights and what it would cost if someone chose to leave our conference as well. So I think those things have been highly publicized, but I wanted to make sure that everyone here was aware of the changes that were there. So as the House settlement does, if it does get passed, and I keep referencing that, and I think it will, I think it'll pass very quickly here. It could happen this week or it could happen next week. I think everyone's familiar. The $2.8 billion is damages that the NCAA is going to pay for all the student athletes from 2016 forward that didn't have the ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. The NCAA is going to cover that. We have the ability in the future to revenue share 20.5 million, which we've built into our budget for next year to do that with our student athletes. And then the number of roster spots, as I mentioned previously, is going to change. With our 28 teams, we have 850 student athletes. The new roster caps, once they go into full effect, there'll be 735 roster spots on our 28 teams. The current NCAA limit on scholarships is 320, and there's no limit to scholarships. So every person on your team could get a full scholarship if you wanted to fund them that way. We haven't made a decision on that because we're not really sure how the judge is going to interpret additional scholarships. The great thing that we've been able to do in the last couple of years is expand our scholarship offering because of tuition remission from the state, which is fantastic. Now, if that continues, which I believe it will, and we can keep the amount of money in each scholarship below the cap, we'll be able to expand the number of scholarships that we can offer without raising the amount of money that we pay, simply by having the full benefit of out-of-state tuition remission for those additional scholarships for our student athletes. So what I'd like to do now is introduce a couple of people on our staff and have them say a few things about NIL. Well, first of all, Kara Canizero, I don't know if you know Kara's background or not, but Kara was an absolute superstar. Kara was probably the best lacrosse player we've ever had. She was nominated for an ESPY Award for the Outstanding Female Athlete in 2013, a four-star athlete out of high school, and just a phenomenal player for us. Won the first national championship for women's lacrosse. And since the inception in 2021, when NIL was permitted by the NCAA, she has been working with our student athletes on an educational basis, with our outside agencies, with ad agencies, and with the individual coaches. So I'll have Kara walk through what these programs have been and what they're going to be going forward. So Kara, if you don't mind.
Well, hello. Thank you guys for having me. Hey guys. I don't know if that's factual that I'm the best lacrosse player to ever play here, but I definitely enjoyed my time. So first I don't, unfortunately, I still hold a few records. That may be one of them. Only in a season though. But first of all, thank you for giving me an opportunity to be a Carolina student and a Carolina student athlete. I think it, like, met so many of you in this room. It completely changed my life, and I've never been more grateful to have an opportunity to be a Tar Heel. But Bubba brought me back, and I was voluntold to work in Carolina NIL and help build this amazing program that we have now, and really understand what it means to be a student athlete in this new age. And I think that's exactly what we are doing right now. Many of you here and across our community have been a part of this space since the beginning in 2021. And we started with two great collectives, Heels for Life and Secondary Break, with a ton of support from our community. And we've grown into what is now Old Well Management and UNC-Chapel, which are standalone third-party NIL entities that are supporting our student athletes, as well as the immersion of Article 41, which is an agency based in Carolina that's supporting Carolina athletes, but athletes all over our country within the space as well. So we have a really great third-party structure that we're really excited about, and we're using their expertise and understanding to grow into the new age of Carolina NIL as we begin to revenue share. So I think our goal is to understand the space and be dynamic and really step into the new age with a new identity in this space that includes 5 new general managers on staff, 1 in football, men's basketball, women's basketball, baseball, as well as Pat Suddes in our department. We've really grown our support of our staff, and we're looking at a variety of different opportunities that will continue to grow, which Rick Bearcat will touch on with our new CRO. But I think the biggest point that we want to make is that we're no longer looking at sponsorship as just sponsorship. We're looking at it as partnership, as co-branded opportunities to utilize our student athletes to grow in this space. We've re-engaged Nike and Jordan in a way that has never been done before. We're having amazing conversations with them and utilizing the conversations that we've had with them with our other lead partners with Learfield and other opportunities on campus. I'm not sure if anybody in here saw the news that Learfield announced yesterday, but they said that in 2021 One, they did $69 million in NIL dollars through their department. Now it's up to 140, and most of that originally was, I think the numbers were 90-10 male to female originally. Now it's about 50-50. So the spend dollars are absolutely amazing. And you're seeing a lot of traditional media transition into the co-branded space with influencers. And I think another huge article that came out yesterday was Unilever said that they're reallocating 30% of their $9 million that they're spending in each of their categories to influencer marketing. So it's really interesting. I think it's exciting. It's a great time to be a student athlete at Carolina. And I think we have a lot of great resources that we're looking to engage and step forward in the right direction in July. If it passes, we should know soon. Did I miss anything? Here we go.
Kara, thank you. And then Kara and Rick will both be available for questions as well. And we need to talk about the difference between NIL and rev share at some point. But we have made, as all of you have known, we've made a significant investment in football, and we have the 20.5 million now in revenue. So creating revenue is one of the most important things that we're trying to do as we move forward. And we had Huron Consulting in, and almost at the time that was concluding, we did hire Rick Bearcat as our Chief Revenue Officer. So Rick has hit the ground running, and I'd have him say a few things about what we're trying to do strategically to generate revenue and actually enhance game day. So Rick is a Carolina alum. He has a daughter here right now. He worked at the conference office for a while. He worked with Learfield at Virginia Tech. He's been in minor league baseball. So he has a wealth of experience in revenue generation, both in the public sector and in the institutional sector. So I'm really excited about Rick being here. Now, I don't know if Rick his accolades aren't quite what Kara's were. I think he did make 9 3-pointers in high school basketball. And I think he told me he was like second team all cul-de-sac, but he wasn't exact. But other than that, he was really good. So Rick, please, and you may know his sister, who happens to be the mayor of Greensboro. So Rick Bearcat.
Thank you, Bubba. Well, it's great to be here. Really love seeing everybody, finding myself in this room, a little bit surreal, to be honest with you, as Bubba said. Very proud graduate of this institution. Been close to Carolina throughout my entire life. So I'm just so appreciative of this opportunity to be here and in this role, and really looking forward to what we can collectively do together to address all the future needs and challenges facing not only the university, but in particular athletics. Bubba beat me to it, but Kara is a tough act to follow. I'll keep my Greensboro Day School accolades about all I have to flaunt at this point. So Bubba mentioned Huron. We're wrapping up this consulting study with Huron now, which is yielding an entire organizational review and restructuring for the athletic department. It's what really gave rise to my position, so I'm very thankful for Huron in that regard. And the second part of the study is to identify key revenue driving initiatives that will keep us on pace with where the industry is moving into the future. What that's really done for us is maybe open our eyes to a few new things, but more so, I think it's authenticated what we were already thinking and planning in our initial discussions with Bubba and the team, kind of through the interview process. So that's been really good. And we have an additional session with Huron next week to continue to further that and move more onto the revenue side of the engagement. Related to that is our situation with Learfield. As you all know, we're entering final 3 years of the agreement with Learfield. This summer marks a huge opportunity for us, which is a competitive review process of our agreement with Learfield that is set to start on July 1st. We met in great detail last week. We want to jumpstart that process and get in front of it now. It technically ends on October 31st, so I'm hopeful that we'll get clarity, insight, visibility on where we're going to land through that process, early in the fall, closer to kickoff if possible. And the way that works, at a high level, is Learfield needs to bring us a new proposal for an extended agreement that would start either next year in 26 or at the end of our term in 29. If we do not find agreement on those terms, then there's going to be a recalibration of the guaranteed rights fee for the final years of the agreement, which is based on a comp analysis of their average Power 4 deals. So fortunately, Learfield's done a couple new deals in the past 6 to 12 months that will benefit us, including a conversion of their Texas deal that went from share to more guarantee laden. So both of those things will be favorable as we and if we get to the recalibration. As we've discussed with Learfield, if we get to that stage, that's not ideal for them. So ideally, we would never get to that stage, and they'll bring us a deal that we all feel really good about, and we'll extend. If not, we're prepared to look at other options with third parties, internal, you name it, as we evaluate that process. The other big thing that we're looking at right now is Kenan Stadium naming rights packaging. So we've engaged a third-party firm called ISE, Independent Sports and Entertainment, who's been around for about 5 or 6 years. An individual that many of us know very well from the multimedia space, has had success in college. They've repped about 14 deals so far. They're currently in the market with 8, including NC State, also App State, UVA. So we think there's going to be some connectivity to those opportunities, hopefully develops a pipeline of prospects that we may not otherwise have gotten to based on some of that work they've already got in the marketplace. We're going to be looking, to be pretty creative with this. Of course, we need to preserve the Kenan name within the stadium identification, and we're going to work through the best way to do that with the family and with the Rams Club, and then bring in a commercial brand around that. It's going to be key that we drive some traditional assets in there to prop up the value. It will be, a different proposition with Kenan staying on the stadium. So we're going to work with Learfield on that and what we think makes sense to pull in, again, from that traditional asset mix and or create new. So we're doing a lot of work with folks in this room across campus to find more of an integrated, holistic relationship through this naming rights partner that hopefully paves the way and creates a new template for us to utilize elsewhere across campus through traditional sponsorship and or future facility naming rights through athletics. So this opportunity not only represents a lot of new revenue for us, but I think also a lot of innovative thinking and hopefully new application for the future. Bubba mentioned football game day experience. We, just some quick hits on the ticket side and the impact of the Belichick hire. We're up about 35% in ticket sales year over year as of today. We anticipate being up well over 50% year over year once we get into the season and start clearing individual sales. Some of our premium areas are being sold through at their highest levels ever. We've got the Touchdown Club, which is, the end zone club down there on the field. We've got sales there are up about 80% year over year and approaching a sellout. The Blue Zone Upper Club is up almost 20%. That's our most premium offering, highest price ticket, as you know. And then the terraces, the wings out there on the Blue Zone Club, we've been able to sell those both out for the entire season. That's over 100% increase from what was sold last year. So we're feeling really good about where we are on ticket sales. And, we're trying to catch up to that momentum through things like sponsorship. You guys are familiar with what's happened over the last couple of years with the Bell Tower Block Party. I think there's a lot of positive momentum with that and energy around what we've done with the DJ and with the Modelo Kickoff Club. So we're currently researching ways to enhance, expand, and amplify that even further. And with help from Michael and Nate and the Chancellor's office, we're right now pursuing moving the block party into Polk Place and hopefully anchoring it with a concert series where we would put a stage in front of Wilson Library, it'd play up into the quad. We'd have the beer garden right at the front. We would do student tailgates, hopefully for the first time ever, which we're working on now. Again, clearing all the necessary approvals and permitting for that. But that could hopefully bring some 3,000+ students into Polk Place every game day and support kind of this concert environment, as well as sponsor exhibits, interactives, individual tailgating through Revel XP would also be up in that area, and then our large groups up towards South Building. So ideally, that whole run is full on game day, very populated, boisterous, concert going on, food trucks, beer garden, the whole nine. So hopefully we can pull that off. We got some timing constraints, of course, to get it all put together, but we're right now deep in conversations with production companies, stage, sound companies, and talent firms in terms of sourcing artists that would make sense for this. We also do have a plan B. If we're not able to connect all those dots, we're going to take the current footprint around the bell tower and expand it and wrap the bell tower with the beer garden. We'll bring in video boards. We'll stay with the DJ for now, and we'll move all the tailgating up to Polk Place, and then we'll revisit the larger idea for the concert series next year if we can't pull it all off, but that is certainly our intention where we stand today. We're also looking at new ways, and this kind of dovetails back to the naming rights, new ways to expand the concourses within Keenan Stadium. So encompassing Keenan Pines, maybe the lawn up there by UNC Health. That would be a great spot for potentially an in-game beer garden where we can dissipate some of that traffic in the concourse, particularly at quarter changes and halftime, put additional F&B locations out there so we can not only drive revenue, but increase the fan experience throughout, the venue on both sides with Keenan Pines and up by Gate 6. And then lastly, we were looking at high profile, big ticket item sponsorships that we feel haven't been monetized. So we're focused on that with Learfield, particularly around sponsorship within the Blue Zone Club, the Touchdown Club down at the bottom, which can represent new TV visible, highly valuable signage, the terraces, field logos, of course, which we anticipate probably being packaged in with our naming rights, tunnel covers, new team benches, you name it. We're trying to turn over every rock and find new ways to drive revenue through athletics and the football program. That also, of course, includes applications in the Smith Center, like the court logos, and eventually, once we get the approval, jersey patches. So we'll be ready for that, and we've already done some valuation work in advance of that, and we're going to get another study done, so we're ready to hit the market as soon as that is freed up. Kara talked a lot about NIL. Certainly we're working together on that from a high level revenue generation standpoint. There's a lot of connectivity, especially with Learfield. Kara mentioned some of the news that came out today. We need to be seeing more of those dollars from Learfield. So the onus is on us to make that an easier pathway for them to participate. And we're making great progress on that now with Article 41, Carolina NIL, and others to really just create a more collaborative, holistic solution to NIL. We get everybody rowing together, more dollars hopefully coming in the door. Other things related to NIL that we're talking about and trying to identify for the future, potentially a membership program through Old Well, where fans can participate and get certain rights, benefits, assets, trinkets for being a member on a monthly basis with varying levels. So we're working with the Rams Club and others to see if we can find a pathway to standing something like that up that'll bring in recurring revenue that we can put towards NIL efforts. Another piece is special events. So I think we got a real opportunity here, and I've had success throughout my career with creation of special events and utilizing these great venues we have on campus, Keenan Stadium, Smith Center, and Bosch Hammer, to bring in outside special events beyond athletics, beyond campus usage. So we're talking primarily about things like the Savannah Bananas, there's a company called Enchant Christmas that does holiday activations, within the stadium. You can really populate and monetize the entire month of December when it's typically dark with something like an Enchant Christmas activation. And then music being, I think the really big opportunity. So we're engaged currently with Live Nation, AEG, OVG, directly with WME from an artist talent sourcing standpoint to look through various models for how we may bring music to campus via self-promotion or third-party partnership. So pretty bullish on that and feel good about the conversations that are already underway. And then lastly, for me in particular, is just focusing on relationship building and points of connectivity for athletics across campus. So, I think that starts with the Rams Club. Got great relationships already there with Seth and John and others, but going to really be focusing in on that and making sure that we have the most collaborative relationship on an ongoing basis with the Rams Club. So we're both getting the most out of that partnership. Campus, of course, people like Michael, Nate, others, to ensure that athletics is fully connected with campus. And again, the more we can do these integrated, holistic type of partnerships that span athletics, the more effective we can be. So there's a lot to navigate there, but again, we want to run all the traps. And then trademark licensing is another opportunity for growth. So doing a lot of work right now with Derek Lockbaum over there about really digging into the program. My old company, we ran the licensing program for all of minor league baseball. So I have a lot of thoughts on how we can accelerate what we're doing to drive new royalties through the licensing program and new business development efforts through key partnership, such as a Fanatics. What else can we do? How can we go deeper? What new licensees and categories do we need to mine directly as opposed to, taking calls coming in? So I think a more proactive approach to licensing is another big opportunity for us. And then lastly, I think just investing in our own relationships. with our sponsors. You know, Learfield sponsors are our sponsors. They're UNC Carolina sponsors. We need to get to know them better. We need to have those relationships, hold those relationships very close. And that includes all of our third-party partners. So if it's, you know, CLC or Revel or Die Hard, I think we need to go deeper into those relationships to ensure we're getting the maximum value back out of them. And, you know, to treat them as partnerships, not like transactional vendor relationships. So really focused on the overall relationship building side of this job. I think that's most of my spiel. Anything else? All right. Thank you.
All right. So any questions about any of that?
I have a question. Are we differentiating for our home games among the three big games, September 1, October 4th versus Clemson, November 22nd versus Duke, and the other three that may be a slightly lower profile?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we also have to consider game times, right, within that. So we are, you know, the big priorities being TCU and Clemson, and making sure that if we pull off the concert series, for example, we have the biggest names coming to those two games. And we know that based on where we project, we know the TCU game time and where we think Clemson will land, it will set up the best for all day tailgating. So yeah, we have to look through, I think, that lens. And if we can line up 6 acts that we like, you know, we'll probably have a spectrum of good, better, best, and plug them in based on what makes sense.
Other questions? Trustee Coe?
Yeah, I think it's really exciting, the amount of revenue potential that's sitting out there that is just untapped, that now we really have a chance to go after. And I was thinking, you know, in looking at some of the NIL efforts and the RevOp efforts, could we expand that beyond athletics into other departments and further on campus? So it's not just athletics, but it could be music, or it could be another department. It could be other facilities beyond athletic facilities to generate revenue out of those. I mean, I'm sure that will probably be something that Nick Knuffman will work on. But it would be nice if you've got any ideas for how you might see the revenue growth out there in other areas. And then ballpark, what do you think new revenue opportunities will be? What sort of moving the needle do you think we can see in terms of new revenue, and what sort of cost to achieve that?
Well, Rick, I might have you talk a little bit about the partnership that ISE was talking about today. When you go to these campus partnerships, oftentimes it does include more assets outside of athletics, including faculty involvement with and recruitment of students. Really becomes something that a lot of the name sponsors for stadiums and things like that are interested in. So you're right. I think there will be a much broader reach to that partnership, as you call it, not a sponsorship. I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, no, as I mentioned, I mean, I think this naming rights opportunity would be our first foray into really going deep into that space. And if it's applications with the business school or media, some will depend on the brand and the prospect and what that connectivity needs to be. But things like the Alumni Association, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a play in there for that. You know, just additional touch points and depth we can give to that sponsor, and creating academic programs, internships and the like. So yeah, we really plan to push that hard. And then separately but connected, been working with Michael over here about just outside of that in a traditional sponsorship sell, making that part of every deal in some way, shape, or form, right? Deals that are at the right level. So they're more embedded with Carolina and they're foundational partners of the university, you know, that again emanate from athletics, but have extension beyond that.
And what I really like about this too is it's tapping into RevOps with corporations that aren't necessarily our typical donor pool. So it's not cannibalizing other donor relationships, it's adding to.
Yeah, and not only that, we're also getting to different budgets, right? So if we can make it more of a recruiting play for company X because they want to really take kids out of the business school, you know, there's additional dollars we can get from most companies to support that in addition to the traditional marketing budget.
Other questions? Trustee Blaine?
Thank you. This is really interesting to me. I had a couple of questions, and first, just I think trying to free up traffic or is it moving around, you know, inside the stadium will be a huge improvement. That's something that I hear some complaining about pretty regularly, is how hard it is to move. I'm really glad to hear you're tackling that aspect of the fan experience. The other thing, and I know this kind of pains all of us, is Yeah, or what are we doing, and Adolfo, maybe you can weigh in on this. What are we doing to try to engage the students to get more interested in going to and attending football games? I know it's kind of painful to look down there at the student section, game in and game out last year and seeing it, kind of half full right in the camera line of sight. Can you share any information about what you're doing to try to raise enthusiasm for attending football games?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple things. As I mentioned, the student tailgate concept we've never done before. Revel, our partner who kind of does the tailgate guys activations, has had success with this at a lot of different universities across the country. So we're making sure everybody on campus is comfortable with it and that we have the proper procedures in place, but we do, and we're confident in Revel's ability to handle it. Ideally, that's bringing 4,000 kids to the game early. It's not going to help our in-game experience, but it'll get them more engaged in game day overall, right? And hopefully that translates to more stickiness in the stadium, getting them in there early. I think the other part of that is going to be marketing and promotion. So we're talking a lot, Robbie and I, about that, how we connect with the students in advance and incentivize them to get there, get in early, stay late, all that kind of good stuff. And then I think the last part is the actual in-game experience, right? And one thing I didn't mention that I should have when we were talking about Keenan is two things. We're looking at a short-term solution for sound for this year. So we think we have a way to literally amplify the sound this year, this season, just make it a little bit more engaging in that regard. The video boards, are what they are for this year. But we are looking at how to potentially tackle a video board and complete stadium sound project for next year. So I think that can be part of it, just better fan experience, ways to engage and participate in the game. And then we got to do things like actually in the stadium, right? So what can we do with promotions, again, marketing, to get the kids more excited to be there, to stick around? So I don't know that we have specific, answers to your questions right now today, but rest assured, it's definitely a high priority and something that we're working on and we know is a need.
Amy Johnson is here, and Amy's been great to work with from Student Affairs. So trying to do a student tailgate is not something that every school's anxious to do, but Amy and her group has been great. In addition to all the different changes around the bell tower and Polk Place, but the facilities folks have been fantastic to work with as well. And as far as student engagement, I don't think Bill Belichick can give out more pizzas, but I think that what he did early certainly has built a rapport with the student body. Yeah, it's right, Domino's. I should have said what kind of pizza it was.
But honestly, on that last point, that's another good one. I mean, the Belichick hire, right, hopefully is going to have impact on student participation as well. And of course, winning will, so hopefully all these things rowing together, we're going to start addressing that.
Trustee Alvarez.
Oh, thank you. I want to, coming from Trustee Blaine's kind of request that I share my input, I think ticketing is another thing with students. And I think, there's a lottery. Some people get it, some people don't. But is it turnout from the tickets that are given out the lottery enough? People get their lottery tickets. A lot of people don't use them. Would be there an effective way for people to confirm their tickets if they didn't confirm them, to do like a second lottery? I think that people feel really discouraged when they don't have a ticket and they're told to go on a line, but they don't know how long it's going to be. They don't know if they're going to be let into the game. So I think that sometimes this wastes a lot of opportunity for people to come to games. For a lot of these times, it's like, hey, I want to go to the game, but I don't have tickets. And so people start selling them online. It's like a whole thing, and so it gets hard to do that. And then some people do go online, but I think that most people feel just like, oh, I don't have a ticket, so I'm not gonna go. And just I think it's a really important part about like ticketing, and how if there can be a second wave of a lottery, or how can we make sure that turnout is maximized as much as possible.
Okay, sure. I think it's a great idea. We could think about a second lottery as kind of a backup, but we do have we obviously conduct a lottery, and then the standby line. Every single time anyone's been in a standby line, they've gotten in. So even a communication of that message would be helpful. Although I have to admit, I would think on that Monday night with TCU, the standby line is going to be a little bit tough to get in. But that I will have to figure out a way to do that, and we communicate it through the Carolina Fever.
And I think it's the only thing I would add on that, and Bubba's exactly right, and I think you kind of hit it. The standby line just needs to be better understood by the students and how it works and what the success rate really is. Because what I found in my short time being here, but talking to my daughter, is they're not aware enough. So Robbie and I have talked some about that, and I think we got to make them better aware of the process and how it works, and or do what you're saying and identify a secondary, system. And we have actually Pacquiao here on campus on Friday, and that's one of the topics.
Trustee Patel?
Is there a consequence for somebody getting a ticket and not using it?
No, there's
Maybe
not.
that's something that we put in effect. If you're getting a ticket and not using it, you automatically fall down to the bottom of the list for a lottery. That way, people that, back to Adolfo's space, people that want it, that can't get it, that are interested in going, and people who are able to get it but don't use it. I mean, because you are tracking it, right? You're scanning.
Right.
So we know who's going and who's not going.
Let's talk
Yeah,
Pacquiao.
that's definitely doable, and that's in place in other places. I guess we haven't put that here, Robbie, right? So yeah, we can absolutely look at that, and there can be consequence for not using your ticket. Yes.
I remember when you guys decided to do the game on the senior ticket, and then all hell broke loose. But that was a consequence. If you didn't
Right.
go, you weren't guaranteed. The seniors weren't guaranteed a ticket
Right.
for the basketball game.
Yeah.
Other questions? Chair Pryor?
Thank you very much for the presentation, Bubba. And thank you, Kara. Very informative. And this is one for you, Rick. So I really commend you for doing some different things, trying different approaches to maximize the game day experience. And I've lived in town for 20 plus years and, came to games as a kid, and we definitely need to stir the pot. So I'm very excited about it. One of the things that I hear from my friends that run businesses on Franklin Street is, hey, can we get the town to cooperate with something that might be like a closed part of Franklin Street and turn it into, what would be sort of a social district on Franklin Street and that sort of thing. I think all the local merchants would love to be involved in whatever that is. And I'm just curious if you've had those conversations. Thanks.
We have not, to my knowledge, yet, but I like the idea, and it would really be conducive to what we're trying to build in Polk Place, right? So if we can shut down a part of Franklin Street that kind of feeds everybody in there, that would only be better. We've talked a lot about the Franklin Street businesses being a key part of the marketing and promotional message to whatever this is, the block party or Chapel Thrill game day, and getting everybody to walk through Polk Place down to the stadium, which happens in most cases anyway. But we need those businesses to help us market and promote it, right? So your idea would kind of lend to that a little bit more if we have it all part of like kind of one cohesive activation. So I don't know over my head on what we can do to maybe pull that off with the town. I'm still new, but I like the idea.
That's a great idea. Kara wants to close down Franklin Street on game day and have everybody, big party there, and then walk over to the stadium. So that.
Well, I think that's a great idea. What we could do is like be on Franklin Street and then walk over to Polk Place and then like continue on. And then you're, 5 minutes from the stadium.
Absolutely.
Which I think that's been another concern, is that people that were on Franklin Street were so far away from the stadium. Another concern that I've had in the past, it isn't really full at kickoff. It's full, 5 to 10 minutes after kickoff because people are still getting there. And I hope that they will not do that this year and everybody be there.
Well, part of that extension, hopefully, of the gates and widening the concourses will give us new entry points too. So we should be able to move people in and through faster. But ideally, we'd create, those who maybe are familiar, Texas, Bevo Boulevard type of activation, that would work really well on Franklin Street or Stadium Drive, potentially. There's a lot of complications to that and parking and moving spots. But Stadium Drive, to me, just as, again, Johnny New Guy, seems like it's underutilized on game day, and most of the parking spots aren't used, right? They're empty. So we could put that to better use for the fan experience and shut the whole Stadium Drive down and do the concert series in there. That's truly a Bevo Boulevard, right? So I think that's something else that we've talked about.
Can anybody speak on Brad Briner's behalf? No, I'm kidding. He parks on Stadium and talks.
Trustee Alvarez?
If I can ask one last question. Just about fever points. So when I got to UNC, the fever points were introduced. I remember when I got here and seniors were really upset about it. They were like, we waited 3 years for our senior ticket and then there's a new system. Now that it's been in place for a couple of years, have you guys seen enough effectiveness of increasing turnout in other sports that before fever, but that the whole point of fever points is to increase turnout in other kinds of sports? Have you guys seen effectiveness in people going to more now that the system changed and the senior tickets were changed for this new fever point system? That to be honest, sometimes people are trying to go to the Duke game in the basketball in the spring. Most of the times to be able to to get enough viewer points, you have to invest a lot of time into going to a lot of athletic games. So I met a lot of people who frankly would just go get their points and leave, and they wouldn't really stay for the games. So I think the question here is it being an effective measure to increase real turnout into this lower turnout sports?
Yeah.
And is that's a question. Is it increasing turnout overall?
We have found it to be very effective. I mean, it's amazing to me when you go to a game, when you say, wow, there's a whole bunch of students. Fever game. It has been remarkably effective. It was also very effective in men's basketball in that the more of the games you went to earlier in the year, the non-conference games, the more points you were building up as well. So it has been very effective. Now, does somebody come in and leave? A handful do, but the vast majority do stay.
Other questions?
Two
Trustee Blaine?
quick ones. I'm just, and I'll just give them both to you and then hush. I'm kind of curious why you just don't have first come, first serve on the football tickets with somebody with an ID can just get in. In the 35 years I've been a diehard and suffering Carolina football fan, it has never seemed like we've really needed a stringent ticketing policy for students. So I think we should make it as easy as possible for them. I don't know why you'd have to get a ticket. We didn't when I was in college. And then, Mr. Cunningham, I'm just, I don't know how specifically you can answer this or not, but I was kind of curious about how you felt about the stability of the athletics budget right now and how things were. And we're in a huge period of transition. And then been at this a long time. I'd be really curious about if you could look in your crystal ball and kind of tell us how what you think we need to be thinking about and how you think this whole really dynamic or scary time in college athletics might shake out in the next 3 or 4 years, and just some of the things you're trying to prepare for and things we ought to be thinking about.
Well, one, I think it's an absolutely great question. What we have traditionally done, particularly at the Power 4 level, is we've generated as much money as we possibly can in football and basketball, and we pay for everything else. And that's what I would call revenue share. But for the past 40 years, we've been changing our rules through legislation. The last 5 years, we've been changed completely through litigation, and it's the pace of change has accelerated. So the next 5 years, it's still going to be turbulent in my mind. But I think is what we're going to get to is a bifurcated system, where I think that the people that play sports that generate money will be compensated to play those sports. I think the other sports that don't generate money are going to have to be subsidized in some way, either institutional subsidy, profit left over from the two that generate sports, through the national governing bodies, through a change in how we conduct youth sports nationally. So I don't think we're going to be solid in what does that look like for another couple of years. I do think the investment we've made in football, the investment we're going to make in revenue share is going to be borne by a lot of the things we're trying to do generating revenue. But I think we're going to have some institutional support to do that. But I think it's important that we have those sports. I mean, I think we put up all of the championships. We've got 62 championships. We've got 40 of those in women's programs. We've got none of those sports generate any money that are going to sustain those sports. So if they're important to us, which I believe they are, then we're going to have additional support for those. We can do the best we can to generate revenue, but that's where I think we'll end up. A bifurcated system, some of it funded, some of it subsidized. And I think that's on a national basis, not just Carolina.
I'll take a stab at your ticketing question. I don't know the answer, but I think it's a great question. So I'm just starting to dig in on all things ticketing with Clint and otherwise. And again, I take this into the meeting on Friday, and I think that's something we definitely need to look at. So if there's a way to address that and just to plow all the kids in that we possibly can, and or create the backup lottery system to ensure it's fully attended, I think we got to pressure all that. So all I can tell you is we'll look into that. I think it's a good idea.
A friend of mine used a word the other day called liminality. And that means you're someplace right here, and you're going to be someplace in the future, but in the middle, you don't know what it is. And I guess that word's called liminality. That's where we are.
Just one additional thought on Jim's comment. Maybe doesn't have to be for all the games, but we know which games are the most attractive games to attend, the marquee matchups. The other ones, you could probably let everybody in, from a student standpoint.
Yeah, it's kind of back.
Might even be an in between.
Yeah, back to your point, really. We should probably have different approach and solutions to different games, matchups and times, right?
Other questions?
Oh, we had a Domino's pizza party in the stadium before the game. It's an acronym. Free pizza.
There a Shree Hotel that wants to host
I'm going to take the chair's prerogative, and I think even Athletics Director Cunningham would acknowledge that during this period of enormous change, the Rams Club Executive Board has stepped up in a way that if all of you could observe it, you would be astounded by the amount of time, effort, energy, dollars that they have spent and deployed in support of you, Bubba, your team. It's really extraordinary. I'll call out a few individuals that we personally observed. Brian Golson, who was one of your biggest champions to have you hired, Jim Sigmund, Vaughn Moore, many others who work tirelessly as if this were their full-time job. And it's just great to see the progress that we've made. Thank you, Bubba, for all that you've done and getting us to this point. And how could we be any more excited about what lies ahead? Go Heels.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our open session items. I'll now entertain a motion to go into closed session. Trustee, yes.
Here, the University Affairs closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11A1, to prevent the disclosure of privileged or confidential information, and also pursuant to Section 143-318.11A3, A5, and A6.
Second.
You've heard the motion and a second. Any discussion or debate? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. We're in closed session. Perrin, you want to take over?
Budget, Finance, and Infrastructure. As chair of this committee, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government's Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflicts of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify it at this time. Mr. McClure, please call the roll.
Chair Cotis,
Here.
Mr. Allison. Here. Mr. Blaine, Dr. Jones, Mr. Meekins, Mr. Patel, Mr. Pryor,
Here.
Mr. Turner,
Here.
Mrs. White.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Our first item of business is to review and approve the open session minutes of the March 19th, 2025 meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve? Any discussion or debate? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Our next item of business this afternoon is to approve 3 requests for increased spending authority: the Spangler Building Annex, Peabody G019 Undergraduate Student Hub, and the Student Stores Mini Clinic. Executive Director of Facilities and Planning Design and University Architect Evan Yaski is here to present these items. Mr. Yaski?
Thank you, Chair. So, first one, I can do these one at a time, all together, as you wish.
Why don't you go ahead and quickly run through them and see, well, actually, does anyone have any specific questions about these items? Yes, that includes, yeah, so I had talked with Mr. Knopfman about overall questions about spending authority process and that we raised before. I'm going to go ahead and address that question, and I think if we address that, maybe we can skip the presentations.
I'm not sure what the question.
Yeah, I think the question was just generally, but what leads to some of the spending increases, and we come back for authority and ask for more at a certain point in time. And I think largely that falls into one, the timing of when the initial estimate's done. Sometimes it's earlier in the process. We don't have as much information. 2, market conditions just change. Sometimes there's a gap. And then sometimes you just run into site conditions and other things, other pieces that influence it generally. I don't know if you'd expand on that. I hope I captured that correctly in terms of.
Well, sure. But is this correct? We approved it for half the cost in 2022?
Which one are you referring to? The Spangler fire alarm?
About the mini clinic.
Clinics.
Yeah, for that one,
So 3 years later, we're just now getting around to figuring it out.
well, to be honest with you, the project is almost complete. We're actually waiting for approval to sign one last change order, and then probably within weeks we'll close the project. So sometimes this happens. You get to the end of the project, there's something that was unforeseen. In this case, it was a couple of electrical and plumbing issues. It amounts to, I think, $30,000 out of a $580,000 project. We didn't anticipate that there were other change orders during the construction process because we always have a contingency. We just exceeded the contingency, and unfortunately, we have no recourse other than to come back and ask you for more spending authority.
And I think on the other one, we were talking about Spangler Annex, and the question there is just if that building is going to be demolished at some point, why make the upgrades? And on the fire control system, why put that in kind of new versus could you reclaim that out of another building?
It's a good point. We have had conversations about redeveloping that property. At the moment, we are not having that conversation. And in fact, we have demand for the space. So the majority of the funds that would go towards this project came from the system. When we Chapel Hill took control of the building, the system realized that there were deficiencies. They said, we're giving you some money to fix those deficiencies. Turned out it wasn't enough. We bid that project twice, trying to get the cost down. A fire alarm system is not all that complicated, so it's hard to reduce the scope of that. Turns out the system office has a group that wants to use the space, and they're paying us rent, I believe. correct? So that rent will eventually pay off or make us whole for the money we're going to put in up front to complete the fire alarm project. So at the end of the day, there wouldn't be university funds going towards that upgrade.
Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. Yasky? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Our next item of business is an approval request for construction manager at risk for selection for new residence hall #1. Mr. Yasky again.
Thank you, Chair Cotis. So we conducted a process to select or make a recommendation for selection of a construction manager at risk on a rather complex and fast tracked project for a new residence hall, a project that was approved for advanced spending authority at this body not too long ago. So the project or the selection for the construction manager risk was advertised in March of this year. We received 7 proposals. 4 firms were selected for interview, which happened earlier this month. No members of this board were present at those interviews, and the order of selection, the recommended priority order is in your packet. The selection was based on the performance of these firms on prior projects of similar scope, their experience on our campus specifically, and their experience in the state construction office. So the request is to approve the order as it appears in your packet.
So this is the challenge I have with this process, and we've talked about this before, is we select an architect or construction manager at risk first, and then we get our costs later.
Correct.
And I understand that's a state-driven issue, procurement issue, but that's something I'd like for us to focus on changing, because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, doesn't happen that way in the private sector, where you have someone design maybe the Taj Mahal, and then you figure out how much it costs afterwards. You would do more of a negotiated bid with the contractor, determine your overall budget, and then design to that budget, rather than design and then have the budget decided later. How pressing is this approval, and is this something that we could work to make some changes for, perhaps in the current budget discussion with the state? Is this something we could approve in July, or is it something that's needed right now?
I would request that we, for this particular item, make this approval only in that I think it's critical to advancing the project and meeting the schedule goals. Without this schedule, without this entity on board, I think it's going to be a lot harder for us to meet the schedule goals. And that's going to end up costing Carolina Housing a considerable amount, mostly in that they won't hit their target to move students in 2028. And so
Okay.
that's quite a bit of revenue to
Were there
forego.
any questions for Mr. Yasky? Trustee
I'm
Valentine,
not sure if I'm on the committee or not, but
you're welcome to make a comment anyway.
I'm reading no members of the Board of Trustees participated in the interviews. We have sister institutions in the system that have gone to having trustees on those committees.
We have previously, and I think that's the intention of the board to have that. I think that for whatever reason, I was discussing this with Mr. Knopfman, and we don't know how that slipped, but it's something that we'd like to see restored.
And for my part, we welcome participation from the board.
Trustee Blaine?
Chairman Cotis, I just had 3 questions. One of 2024
2028 is the targeted date to open and have students from in this new residence hall.
Yes.
And I was curious about what I'm not even gonna call it an estimate, the guess on the total cost might be at this point.
We
In
had.
$100 million range.
Yeah, well, I will say we initiated the process with a best guess at a budget target. And in the initial weeks of investigation, we feel like we have an opportunity to increase the bed count, which is really the metric for student housing. Carolina Housing would like to achieve more beds in this first project. I think you may be aware this is part of a larger master plan for a number of projects for Carolina Housing. So to be able to build more beds in the first project helps with the total project because that's more revenue that you're generating sooner in the master plan. In round numbers, we thought that this project could achieve 600 beds, and we budgeted roughly $93 million to achieve that. Now we think we can get just over 700 beds, so that might be more like 108, 109. Again, rough numbers. We're still in the early stages of. Typically, the more you build, the kind of marginal cost of each additional bed is going to be less. So we'd start out with some benchmarking from other institutions because we haven't built new student housing here for quite a long time. So we did some benchmarking. We thought, somewhere in the $100,000 a bed range is what some other places have been achieving. It's hard to get always apples to apples because different projects have different amount of amenities in the building beyond just the bedrooms. But we thought that that was a good target, at least in sort of Q1 2025 dollars. And then we escalate that till the construction period. And then we build in soft costs on top of that. And that's how we get to those budget numbers.
Can you give me an idea of what commensurates 600 or 700 bed dorm currently on campus? So I have some idea of how many people you're talking about putting in the building.
I think Craig and Eringhouse are in that range.
So this is a big dorm.
It's a big project. Yes.
This is 4-story stick built.
We're still at the early stages. We actually had a meeting yesterday. We started talking about different structural system, pros and cons. So in terms of the height, we think there'll be, and actually the next item after this is about site selection. And based on the site we'd like to build on this, we think height is going to be more constrained based on the neighborhood we're in. So as you probably know, on the north end of campus, we have smaller buildings. On the south side of campus, we have taller buildings. So we'd like to build in the north side of campus. So we think we can have probably 2 buildings that step up from 4 up to as high as 6 stories.
So two questions,
Mhm.
one for you and then one for you, Chairman Curtis. Do y'all seek input from students about what they're looking for in the dorm? And then I saw there's a diversity statement in this letter. Is that required or does that play any role in?
I asked about that previously, and Mr. Jumpman, we know that was just a volunteered statement. That was not a selection criteria.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say the state still has a requirement for what's called the hub program.
Sure.
So we're trying to comply with that requirement. And we did, to answer your other question, meet with students. We were able to squeeze in a session right before they all left campus to get some input.
Can you share a little feedback with us about what they're interested in? I mean, I just have no idea. I just want to, I see, one of the things that I sometimes hear about Carolina in a negative light is maybe we don't provide as good a student experience and don't have the amenities and stuff. So I was just curious about the feedback you're getting from students about what they want to see in a new dorm.
It was not anything earth-shattering to me, at least, and that we anticipate there might be some complaints about the condition of some of the older buildings. So they're looking forward to a building that's in good condition. I think that they talked about daylight in the space, having more or larger windows, and that lighting in general in the rooms they thought was something of importance to them, that either they could be able to control it or not be so harsh. And they seem to care a lot about the bathrooms and the experience of the bathrooms. So, I mean, I can go into more detail on these issues.
When you're in cell block A out on the 9th floor of Hinton James with
Marsland.
no air conditioning in August. So
We're trying to improve upon some of our prior construction in that regard.
so internal,
We're initially looking at internal corridors, not the external corridors like we had on some of the.
sounds really nice compared to my experience.
We're
Jim, Evan designed your room. I want you to
You seem to have come out okay. So.
I think that question is an open question.
Any more discussion or questions?
I have one.
Yes, please.
Evan, you know, I'm just kidding. And I
Any
appreciate you
bulk
being.
crosswalks you want me to improve?
I'm going to get to that. Just you wait. So you used a term of art that I don't think I recall hearing before. You said fast track. Fast track. So fast track gets us to 2028. And I recognize that
Yeah.
probably, so how much faster is that track than what would be the status quo track?
Well, as you also know, it's a complicated question. We have lots of rules and regulations we're required to comply with, so that affects our schedule. And if there's a way that we can talk later about ways to make modifications to some of those requirements to help us with our schedule, I think that'll improve outcomes.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah.
And Chairman Kodis has referenced that a couple of times. And I recognize the state construction office is its own, regulatory entity or enforcer on that. But maybe there's a way that if the chancellor certified that this is of great interest to the university and we have a compelling need to increase our undergraduate, enrollment, maybe the chancellor could get a waiver from state construction for some period of time. Who knows?
Like to enlist Chair Pryor, a small group of Trustee Blaine and Trustee Valentine who've asked questions about this that also may be able to help push for some of that reg reform to work on this. And maybe over the next couple, 3 weeks, we could have a conversation and talk about how that would work with Mr. Knopfman and Mr. Yaski.
And
Trustee Alvarez, you had a.
I got one last thought here. I want to single out Evan for when there was a very obvious deficiency in the status of the crosswalk getting to Boshemer. We had a super duper fast track process that you actually exceeded the time frame on when it was really important. So I know you all can do it. So that was great work. Thank you.
Happy to serve.
Trustee Alvarez.
Oh, yeah. Well, Trustee Blank, I also spent my freshman year in a cell, but mine was facing a wall. So freshman year was like a really dark room. We would barely see light. It was an experience for sure. But yesterday I had a meeting with the director of Carolina Housing and the dean of students. And I mean, this is the first time that we're building a residence hall in 20 years. So on behalf of students, thank you. I think it's a beginning of a new plan that's going to modernize housing and finally let us catch up to our peer institutions, which I think is something that the university has needed for a long time. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. I think this is going to be great. And I think that as we develop this new housing idea and the plan, they're going to have to make decisions made, so if tennis courts will be replaced by residence halls, like you have to start evaluating what weighs heavier. So the housing crisis right now really needs to be addressed. So yeah, we just thank you for revisiting options and continuing to make plans as we go. So this is the beginning of something great, and we're really thankful. The student body, I think, sees a really good future for housing, and I think generations of Char Hills are going to have a great time here.
Great.
Chairman Coase, just one additional thought. Wholeheartedly agree around if there are opportunities that we can reduce some of these bureaucratic hurdles to get things built, not only faster, but if it's costing $100,000 a bed, this is just the first of a number of these we're going to build. How can we, drive that cost to a better level over time, certainly by taking out some of the extra steps of bureaucracy, hopefully would be helpful to us, not just from timing, but cost. And in service of the state, bringing in more students, reducing the state spend, it seems like we could package this up in a way that maybe is palatable.
Absolutely. I'd love to see us have a program where we kind of determine a cost that we want to spend per bed and then have a delivery system that can deliver that on a certain time frame. That's what we do in the private sector. It's just the public sector starts backwards on that. It
Exactly, because
hires
we
the-
know what the revenue
Yeah.
per bed is likely
Yeah.
to be as well, right? When you
Yeah.
think about it in that sort of investment context.
Exactly.
Evan, the 93 million that you referenced, do you give me a time frame as to when when that number, was it a few years ago? Has it been a recent number?
It
I'm-
was 6 to 9 months ago, I think,
Okay.
is around when we set that target.
In that case, it comes out to about $155,000 a key, if I'm converting it to hotel number.
Well, it's not necessarily key because that's per bed and it's not single.
Is it, well, no, it's rooms. So I'm looking
It's-
at it per room, not
It's
per bed.
actually, it's
Oh, is it
it's
beds?
per bed,
Oh, per bed, okay.
not per key.
So,
So
okay.
it's a different metric.
All right.
And
So how many?
the 100,000 was a construction cost, not a total project cost. So then we add the soft costs on top of that.
Okay. So how many, if it's 600 beds, what are we looking at from a key count perspective?
300 keys.
300, so
It's
double.
mostly doubles. There
Okay.
are some singles, so it might be, I don't know, 330.
Yeah, so it's
ish.
about 300 a key or a unit to build if you talk about it. Okay.
Unless it was a Ritz-Carlton, that probably wouldn't make sense for your hotels, right?
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at the most recent thing we priced out and it was at about 175,000 a key.
And that's why we need to change to more of a private sector model because of the difference in cost. And that's for your hotels.
And that
Probably aren't
souped up.
4-story stick. Yeah, they're taller.
It's hard. Yeah.
Probably more plumbing fixtures and.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, and a lobby that has nothing but public space.
Right.
So.
So I'd like to amend that and have trustee Patel on that committee. If there's no further discussion, is there a motion?
So moved.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Next item of business is to consider a site approval request for the new residence hall. Is everyone familiar with the location? Did we discuss that in detail? Are there any questions?
I
If
believe
not,
there are
is there a motion to
slides.
approve?
Need be.
Any discussion or debate? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item after that is consider request for approval for the demolition of Jackson Hall and the Odom Village buildings 203, 207, and 211 Branson Street. I think there will be some questions about this. So Jackson Hall is part of the demolition for the new residence hall
Correct.
and would extend out to the street. Does that take out the, does it allow us to eliminate the turnaround in there too to gain some more real estate to the north of the tennis courts?
That's part of the site is that turnaround.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out because we need fire truck access and how that's all going to work through there.
Right. Yeah, I walked around there this morning again to refamiliarize myself. On Odom Village, disappointed to see the number of buildings still sitting there. How many of those will be gone with this and in what time frame? And which ones will remain? Because it looks like it is not a good look for Carolina over there to have this, and it needs to change. I think it's a serious security risk as well with the fencing, the buildings being accessed. You know, some get dragged in there pretty easily. So if you could address
Sure.
both those.
So it's a little bit of a conflation of two things, but we had previously gotten approval through this body and then others to demolish all but 3 of the Odom Village buildings. Why we didn't do those first three initially is a conversation we could have if you want. Then we began the demolition of the 40, or I think 39, that we had approval to demolish back in 2019 to 2020. We turned out we didn't have sufficient funds to demolish everything, so we demolished about half of those, 19 of the 39. Fast forward to now, we have some additional funds that Mr. Knopfman found, or created the opening for us to direct those funds toward this demolition. And we bid that work about 3-4 weeks ago. The numbers came in favorable. So within a few weeks, we hope to start activities to demolish the next 20 buildings. We have 3 that we don't have approval for. We think we can fund that additional demolition. Those buildings, and this gets to one of the reasons why we didn't ask for approval before, is the occupancy. We still have occupancy for those 3 buildings, including one of them is the Carolina Veterans Resource Center, which we did not have another home for. Recently, Student Affairs has come up with a plan to relocate the Veterans Center, hopefully this year. So that opens a pathway to demolishing the last 3 buildings.
It looked like the other 2 buildings are being used for construction offices, one for Scansa and one for another group, I believe. Is that right?
Actually,
In addition-
one is for the construction manager that's managing the Bell Hall for Kenyon Flagler project, and the other is being used by UNC Police Department.
Okay. So going back to the original question, how many of those would be demolished by when?
So
And
there are
what
20
buildings would remain?
There are 23 currently still standing. We have a plan to demolish 20 by roughly the end of calendar 2025. And then there's those final 3.
And what's the opening date for the business school?
We will have a celebration in November that should occur just after we get final acceptance from state construction to occupy that building. And then they plan on teaching starting in spring semester 26.
I would say it's important to get those demolished before that opening, because it's a bad look for donors rolling in and seeing these buildings, or looking out from the new business school, which they'll have a great vantage of these abandoned buildings, to get those torn down. And it looks like it's a good place where people have been using it for construction staging or parking anyway. So I would think we could probably save enough money to pay for the demo in the course of the next couple of years.
Agreed.
Sharon,
Yes, please.
I want to echo that. 6 years? 6 years? I mean, we've got a demolition area, looks like a war zone, and you still don't think you can get it done by the end of this year? I don't know what, to raise a building, you can do it in a matter of hours. And you're gonna have rubble and debris removal, but it's May. It's gonna take
Yeah,
7 more months.
There's a bit more complication with these buildings in that they have some hazardous materials that require careful abatement of those materials. And then there's below grade utilities that have to be dug up, cut off appropriately and in a safe manner. And so I think the actual taking down of the buildings, I agree, will be very quick once we do those activities.
And can we not revisit the leading of the 3? And wouldn't it even be more efficient to take them all down at once and then even have a temporary structure if there needs to be a construction hut?
Well, I agree that it is more efficient. That's why we're coming today to request permission to demolish the last 3.
Right. But we can't do them. Okay, I'll leave it to the experts.
So what I'm hearing is we're giving approval to demolish the last 3, and we're going to push for these to be all demolished, nothing left by November, if possible.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman, what?
Yes.
Are you talking about lead paint? Are you talking about asbestos? What are you talking about?
It's probably asbestos in the
Both.
tiles or floor. It can be in ceiling tiles, can be in floor, can be in roofing. And then you've got, if they've got a basement to them, it's a little bit more tricky on demo, and then the utilities there, how you're gonna cap those. So it's not that easy on part of it, but yeah, but it wouldn't take that long. You'd have it done in the next 90 days if you wanted to. Yeah. Yeah, Trustee Jones. Oh, sorry, Trustee White, Trustee Jones.
Tangential question. What's the plan for the CVRC?
So I will say it's not finalized, but Student Affairs, I've been working with them pretty closely. They are motivated to find a new home because where it is now is not conducive, welcoming to students. It's hard to get to and sort of off the beaten path. So looking at a series of moves that'll open up space in SASB, the Student Activities and Services Building.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense because it's 50 or so steps leading up on one side. It's not ADA really compliant right now on that upper portion. So a move that would accommodate people better would be.
You also have to compete with the buses that are parked there long-term or short-term, but the buses are parked there.
Trustee White?
Just Trustee Valentine, just so I guess 6 years ago, it was approved to demolish 37 buildings. We got through 20. Is that right?
19.
And then ran out of money.
Yes.
And so today we're approving to demolish the extra 3 that weren't included on the 17 that are remaining, but we have money to do it all.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion or debate? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item of business is to approve 2 requests for lease renewal at Lineberg Cancer Center and 720 and 725 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Associate Vice Chancellor for Real Estate and Campus Enterprise, Gordon Merklin, is here to present this item. Mr. Merklin.
Good afternoon. Request approval today for 2 leases. The first lease is for the Lineberger Cancer Center. It's 10,185 square feet at Carmel Mall in Carborough. And as you can see on the chart, the lease we're requesting renews on the far right. Lineberger is consolidating one of the suite D15 into that space. So we're able to release one of the lease spaces that we have, which will create an annual savings of $175,000. The rent, the total cost, annual cost is $238,070 for the first year with 3% annual escalations, and it's for a 3-year period of time. And I can answer any questions on this, or I can also.
I spoke with Mr. Knopfman about this, and we're going to look at a holistic review of the various leases and offsite premises and look at terms and market rates, overall discussion. But unless there's anything specific for these today, is there a motion to approve? Oh, sorry, Mr. Blaine.
Chairman Coates, can I ask Vice Chancellor Knopfman a quick question?
Of course.
Are you at all concerned about that Centers and Institutes cut and it's in one of the budgets impacting Lineberger, and whether or not it's a good idea to advance this right now in light of that hanging out there?
I'm concerned about all cuts in the budget, and I think at this stage that was just in one of the bodies in the Senate. So we're going to see if that sticks as we go to conference. I think it would inform. I think we'd need to do an evaluation and assessment. Of course, we'd be waiting for guidance if that policy stuck from the system office on how we would be looking at centers and institutes and really what our share would be or a target at the campus, and then how we would even go about doing that and prioritizing. But we need to be thinking about that as we move forward.
So given the current term expiration of February 28, 2026, you're probably not even within your limit of your option window, which is probably 6 months, I assume. So you wouldn't have to exercise that until probably August. So there's room to not. Oh, this is a new lease? Okay.
It's an existing lease, so we are negotiating an extension of the existing lease.
Nice.
Okay.
So,
I do.
You've talked about adding a provision for leases being contingent upon state funding.
All of our leases are required to have an availability of funds clause in them. So every lease that we have, existing leases, all that are all required to have an availability of funds
So to the
clause.
extent there was not funding for this particular item.
That's correct.
Theoretically, okay.
And
Does
that's,
that
and
answer
that's
your
true
question,
for,
Mr.
and that's true for
Trustee
any
White?
lease in this, that's true for any of the leases that we have.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve these lease renewals then? Is there a second? Any discussion or debate? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The last item is an informational update from the Budget and Finance Chancellor, Mr. Knopfman.
Thank you. Before getting into the budget, I just want to thank the board and really for approving the new residence hall. That's a big deal. We haven't done something like that of that magnitude on this campus in a long time. I want to also just acknowledge the chancellor and putting together, prioritizing us and focused on physical master plan infrastructure and drawing our attention to housing and really, I think, moving us forward. We were stuck a little bit in neutral, so I think it deserves a lot of credit for that. All right, budget. When we last spoke in March, the Board of Trustees approved our all funds budget for fiscal year 26. That included a $50 million sequestration, which is roughly equivalent to about 4% of our central funds in terms of us finding reductions. The direction at that time was to come back to this body at this point in time in May with a high level plan outlining how we're thinking about making or implementing the $50 million and then have a more detailed plan in July. Again, the direction was really to put us in a stronger position, recognizing the federal policy landscape and even the state policy landscape and positioning us to be able to weather that moving forward. And so today I'm here to really provide a little bit more on this high level plan on our cost savings approach. You can't really talk about this directive, though, from the trustees without talking about the federal policy landscape and the state. So first, on the federal side, a lot of ongoing challenges there with research funding. It's been well covered, and we've talked to this board a fair amount about that. As grants are terminated, we are evaluating our infrastructure and really looking toward increasing efficiency. In some cases, we've discontinued employees when the grant funding was terminated. From January till now, that number is 77 FTE that have been discontinued. In context, that's a small fraction of the thousands of research employees at the institution. Also, we're looking really even at research facilities and the capital expansion. You're aware that we paused the translational research building. We continue to just closely monitor what's happening with federal research funding and really going through scenario analysis and just trying to maintain preparation on that side. We look over at the state policy landscape. Certainly there is, the Senate budget came out in mid-April. There was a lot of positive things in that. I'm focused on the pieces of that budget that intersected with savings. And really when you think about that, there was one, a $33.6 million reduction to centers and institutes. And again, if that were to stay and if that were to be in the final budget, and again, we're kind of working through that process, we would be waiting for some guidance from the system office in terms of how that would be administered across the system and then what we'd be prioritizing. Similar with low performing academic programs, a $20 million reduction targeted on that area. Again, not a definition in the statute for that or in the policy language. So we would be really waiting to see some additional guidance from the system office there. There was also a mandate for tuition increases for out-of-state students to generate $46 million in 26, 27. We wouldn't keep those dollars. That'd be just to offset cuts. So that's how that would actually mechanically work. I think these materials were done before the House budget came out. The House budget is just rolling out now. We've seen there's in the House budget, there's also some savings for the UNC system, but $60 million of reduction. There's flexibility with it. So it's a management flexibility. It's allocated to the system office, and the system office would then be allocating to campuses. But the direction was to first prioritize reductions at the system office and then also at Project Kitty Hawk. So a little bit different language. And again, there's management flexibility instead of directing by area like the Senate. So a little bit of a different approach to how they're approaching it. There's also cuts to vacant positions. And there was also, again, a similar mandate to increase tuition for a tuition increase to offset a cut. And that was $30 million in the House side. The difference there from the House was that it included both residents and non-residents. So a little bit of a different policy on that side. It's not just the Senate and the House and that side. We're also, when we think about just other direction to the campus that's influencing reductions in efficiency, the system office is also asking us to document information on how we are achieving efficiencies and savings. They're asking for that information by the end of May. That information will be used to support a request to increase resident tuition next year. They're also looking a lot at workforce trends in the system, and we're having lengthy discussions with them on that topic as well. So, some of the complication, I think, is really just thinking about how these things intersect. We have kind of three big areas between the Board of Trustees directive, policy that's continually evolving at the federal level, and what will happen to the state level. How big are those circles? What's the timing? What degree of flexibility do we have to execute or achieve the savings? And really, do we get to keep any of those savings? And so we'll continuing to monitor to see how this comes together moving forward. How are we thinking about this on the campus? So we really think of this, there's two major approaches to take. Traditionally, I think the path of least resistance or easiest is often to just do across the board percentage-based cuts. They're efficient. They seem equitable on its face. You give an equal percentage to every unit. But I do think that presumes that you're starting from the same level of efficiency to begin with. It often leads to some superficial, shorter term savings. We're really trying to look at this from a strategic standpoint. I think it's a little bit more difficult administratively, but it allows us to tackle some tougher questions, I think make more sustainable, meaningful savings. And so that's how we're approaching this. Generally, we are really guided by four big principles. First, protecting our core mission, asking ourselves some tougher questions, whether there's opportunities to stop doing some non-core activities. We want to lead with data and be transparent to the best of our ability to be able to leverage data to make informed decisions. I think both with the decision making, but also empowering the campus with more and better data to make decisions. We've talked about the strategic differentiated cuts. And then lastly, we want to continue to move the campus forward and deliver on our mission. That requires resources. So again, what's guiding our work is also being mindful of that need. So again, we're going to bring a more detailed list in July, but here I wanted to share with you kind of the four big categories of savings. And I do think this builds on the work. There's been a commitment to efficiency at the campus, and we've been moving in this direction. This just builds on that work. So first, area of organizational effectiveness, looking at structure of our leadership, looking at programs and whether there's opportunities to streamline, and even just we've talked some about the scrutiny and just how we're looking at personnel, our biggest spending area, and whether or not we can benefit from additional review there. I will say there are some promising results on that front. Salary increases are down nearly $2 million January through April of this year compared to January through April last year. Job postings are down almost 300 compared to the same time period. So again, we are starting to have some impact. So that's organizational effectiveness. Resource optimization. We've talked a lot about space optimization, and I'm going to have, we have some additional information to share on that point, but some savings being generated there. I will also talk about shared administrative service delivery, and then looking at non-essential expenditures, whether there's opportunity to curb that as well. Academic and program enhancement, just looking for cost-saving opportunities and alignment in our academic programs. And lastly, student-centered financial strategy, looking at our financial aid and really our student support services and making sure they're aligned. So that's the big picture, how we're thinking about things in terms of making progress toward our savings target. I wanted to go a little deeper on one of those areas, which was remote and hybrid work and space. And there's been a lot of interest in this topic. It makes sense. A lot of large companies have started to move more in this direction towards a return to the office. The other reason I think it makes sense is it's really an intersection of our two largest expense areas, personnel and space. And so we want to spend some time, but realized it'd be helpful just to start. Where are we at as a campus and lay some background? So first, prior to 2020, we only had about 2% of our staff that worked either hybrid or remote. Of course, the pandemic changed that. Coming out of it, the system, or here at Chapel Hill, we published guidelines, defined a process by which we could really define how hybrid work and remote work might take place. Managers have discretion, but they have to follow guidelines we implemented here centrally, and then the plans were approved centrally. So the important thing, that was done in 2022 coming out of the pandemic. A lot's changed since then. So there's some opportunity, and we'll talk about some of the opportunities this illuminates. I do think just from an overall percentage, it's worth noting, you can see our employees, about 55% on site, 36% hybrid, and 9% remote. And when we talk about that, really the student facing jobs are mainly on site. Where we're looking at the higher percentages of both hybrid and remote, it's really the IT and finance areas that are most heavily, as you might expect. So talking about remote work and hybrid, it's hard to think about that without talking about space. There are obviously significant implications for any kind of policy we'd have about work and return to office. And so what's happening on space at the campus? Really running in parallel with how we developed the policy around remote and hybrid work was an effort to really think about managing space. Previously, it was very ad hoc. There was no data. It was one-off deals across campus. We didn't have a governance structure around how we allocated space. I think we've made a lot of progress here. There's a lot of improved data and tracking. We've created a dashboard where we have information. We're actually measuring utilization with Wi-Fi data. It's just a much more transparent process, and we actually have a governance process where we ask in a systematic way for space requests, build that inventory, and match it against some data, and are much better positioned here. I think it's also some of our efforts to just get our arms around space and how it's managed has yielded some results. So you're seeing here, if you look at the table, you can see the details. On an annual basis, we're saving about $2.5 million in lease savings. Even bigger, the ITS Manning, we were able to repurpose that building with the IT staff working more remotely, and allowed the new School of Data Science to use that building and avoided what we estimated to be about a $75 million capital cost. We've also been able to realign some units. So UDO was able to put staff that were in multiple buildings all into one. So we're able to use this building that we're in for the development office and some other areas as we've tried to rationalize space. So I think there's been some good opportunity there. And then as we look forward, even with School of Civic Life and Leadership, I think there's an opportunity to use existing space to potentially, as it grows, and be able to use that for a building as opposed to asking for additional resources. So what does this illuminate? So we've talked a little bit about, but just background on where we're at with hybrid and remote work, what we're doing on space. As we think about how these things come together, I think it illuminates several different opportunities. So first, the policy. We set a policy for different types of job categories on campus, whether they were remote eligible or not, or hybrid eligible. Does that policy still work? Do we need to revisit that? We think the world's changed some. It makes sense to go revisit that. But I say that there are some practical limitations to how we've evolved. We have, just on a hypothetical, if we were to try to bring everyone back, we would be 400 workstations short. And that's before we're even talking about trying to locate groups together, right? Where if they needed to be together, you're really talking about being short workstations by a larger number than that. So there are some practical limitations. Second, just accountability measures. You know, I think of that really in two different forms. One, you know, do managers have the necessary tools and processes to really hold remote hybrid employees accountable on performance? Are we tracking that as an institution? And then two, we have certain schedules that we have put into our systems, and there's a certain expectation that's been worked out with managers. Are we actually meeting that? And are we holding that? And does that schedule really still hold? Is that the right schedule for meeting students or meeting the mission of the institution? So I think there's some opportunity there. Also, just we have more data now on utilization and low utilization spaces. There's an opportunity now to consolidate and really free up some space to be able to meet some of the space needs on campus, increase use of shared workstations again. And then lastly, creating incentives and better incentivizing with cost. And if there's a way to really have metrics where we can look at the charging for space and trying to provide better incentives and piloting something on that front. So that's a little bit of a deeper dive on space. And I think there's more to go on several of those topics. So I view really today as more of a just level set on that topic. I think there'll be opportunity to go a little deeper as we revisit and pursue some of those opportunities moving forward. I want to shift gears now over to another topic. So again, talked about all the different savings approaches. We went a little deeper on return to office. I want to go a little deeper on shared services. And so what we're calling is really the launch of Service First at Carolina. And so we formally launched this initiative to take on shared services. I want to first ask Scott Savage to stand. Scott joined us from School of Pharmacy and as most recently and is heading up this effort and already made some great progress. So we are excited about what's in store. I think, you know, why are we taking this on? I think that's most important. And it's really, you know, we believe we can improve service and quality on the administrative service delivery. But we can ask units, and I think this is really important. We're highly decentralized. We want to be able to think Carolina first, not just at the unit level, and ask units to think that way. And then we can achieve some savings in doing this. You know, in terms of what's in scope, it's a lot. So it's ambitious. You can see finance, HR, IT, comms, research, admin on the shared service side. In parallel, we really want to look at the academic operation as well and ensure there's alignment and look for ways to save dollars in that space as well. So a lot in scope, but we're serious about taking this on. I think the important piece is I don't think we view this as a theoretical exercise. We do really want to make progress on this. So again, we've launched the effort. You see kind of a rough timeline at the bottom of this slide, but we really expect to have some quicker wins already by the fall of this year where we can see some, especially on the vendor management side, we think that will be something we can achieve on relatively short order. We also think we can really stand up some metrics on accountability and progress relatively quickly. So I do think we can move forward. Some of this effort's going to take a little longer. Just it's the complexities of how we operate at the campus will take a little bit more time on some pieces. But, and we've talked about some of the impacts and why we believe it will improve operations on the campus. With that, really, I just bring it back again, bigger picture to how are we approaching the directive to find savings? Yeah, we think we make progress. We are prepared to bring a more detailed list and items to the board in July. We are moving forward and continuing to try to have outreach with the campus as much as we can about just how things are progressing and being as transparent as we can be. So I'm happy to address any questions.
Trustee Turner?
Just a comment. I think this is terrific. I think the thought process and being responsive to the board's directive is great. I'll just reiterate what I said last time. I think this discipline, if and as it can become a matter of routine, not simply responsive to a board directive as it relates to savings, that's when we've really won. So thank you. I think it's very thoughtful. I'm excited to see what we have next time around, but thank you.
And to be clear, the Service First program you've been working on that for the last year or so to kind of get that going.
The chancellor has really asked us to think about operating more efficiently with our administrative service delivery for the better part of a year, and we've been thinking about that. We've really launched it in earnest, and Scott's joined our team here in the last six weeks,
Right.
and so it's really taken on, I think, a formalized approach, and we're really starting to launch it more formally.
Other questions? Trustee Ballantyne?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm unfamiliar with the definition of workstation. So does 400 workstations short mean you've hired 400 new employees?
No, it means we've, well, it could be. It's a function of both as we've added headcount, but also we've also shrunk some of our space. So if we've, for example, the lease space that we've shed, the $2.5 million, some of that, I can give you an example even within my division. Our service center of excellence was about a little over 100 employees there, had a lease for about $500,000 off campus. That was part of that list. They now share space with our finance team in the administrative office building, but the workstations there are only how many 100 workstations, and there's probably 200 plus employees that use that at this point.
I'd just say, I appreciate the work here as well, and thank you for the time we spent a couple of weeks ago together on it. And I think this approach of combining really being thoughtful about who you want to bring back in to work on site with your space utilization makes absolute sense to me. So if we can be helpful to you in that process, we're here.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Alvarez?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for all the work you're doing. We know that it's unprecedented how these things are impacting university budgets. So thank you for being on the front of it. I know earlier in the ERM presentations, one of the main things that was brought up is the potential drop in indirect cost recovery. So which could go down to 15%. How are you guys approaching the risk in this year's budget planning? Is this reserve that's going to be made from saving going to help any potential operation costs that might come from those cuts? You know, if the cost recovery were to go down and we need to cover essential operations, would this reserve help cover those?
Yeah, I think that's the major impetus for why we've tried to accelerate in this area to really prioritize efficiency and savings. I think that motivated, the discussion in March in the direction to really find $50 million. And I think it's motivating to some degree, even what's happening at the state level and how they're thinking about things. So I think what's left more to be decided is how much any savings we achieve, whether that's available to us to help offset any costs or any reductions that might come from the federal side. And so, but we continue to believe it's the right thing to do. I think to Trustee Turner's point, we should be operating like this at all times anyway, really with a mind toward operating as efficiently as possible. But so yeah.
Trustee Lloyd?
Just a housekeeping question. I don't know if it's possible to reconsider the ordering of the agenda such that the budget could appear earlier, maybe even first, or consistent with the chancellor's priorities, that we might have more time with no offense to our great author, but less time perhaps with some things that are more rote, so that we could focus our time and attention before 5:20. Because this is really, it's important. You're doing extraordinary work and I would love more engagement. Thanks.
We've talked about that as well as potentially starting a little bit earlier as well, to allow more time. There's no further questions for Mr. Knuffman. There is another item. All of our action items the committee has approved will be placed on the full board consent agenda for vote by the full board tomorrow morning. That concludes our business for today. Without objection, we will stand adjourned.